Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Okay. Right. Good day to you all. For some of you, it will be 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and for others, 7:30 p.m. in the evening. So this is the order of the day, with COVID and webinars. But welcome to the international webinar on the long-term social impacts of the COVID pandemic. This is being organized by the National Academy of Sciences of Sri Lanka, and I am its current president. My name is Pradhan, and I am an emeritus professor in civil engineering. This webinar is possible because of a competitive grants program for projects and activities advertised each year by the Association of Academies and Societies of Science in Asia, ASA for short. So when this was advertised last year, the idea for having a webinar and knowledge sharing on this particular topic came from one of our senior fellows, Professor Madhuma Bandara, who will present right at the end of this webinar, the closing discussion, and give some ideas about what we can do in the future. After he presented this idea, we looked around and we immediately found two keynote speakers who we felt were very crucial for the seminar. Both of them graciously accepted. One of them is our first keynote speaker, in fact, Professor Dominic Abrams, who even by last year, we discovered that he had led the British Academy's inquiry and publication on long-term effects of COVID, called the COVID Decade. And the other one is Professor Malik Piris, who is one of our own fellows, in addition to being a fellow of the Royal Society, who works out of Hong Kong, a virologist who works out of Hong Kong, involved in combating both SARS some time ago and currently the COVID pandemic. After that, we acquired some other keynote speakers, 5 in all, 6 lead speakers, and various others who submitted abstracts from different parts of the world. So you will find speakers all the way from Canada to Australia, giving in some cases global perspective and in others local perspectives. So if you have had a look at the program for this webinar, you will find that today, day 1, it has a significant focus on politics and economics. Tomorrow, day 2, there is a focus early on health and later on culture and religion. On day 3, there is a significant focus on education and also once again on science and health. Now, the objective of this seminar or webinar actually is to use evidence-based inquiry, but to talk about long-term effects. So that is a bit of a challenge because normally as scientists, we do not like to extrapolate. But that is a challenge we have left all the speakers and all those who submitted abstracts to us as well. In fact, on day 3, there is a paper on foresight analysis, and this is something that we need to have a close look at. So I'm coming to the end of my introductory comments. I would just like to say that we have, as of yesterday, 364 registrations. I'm not sure whether all of them are present right now. Maybe they might join at different times. Only 174 are from Sri Lanka. So the rest are from 30 different countries, which we feel is quite significant, and we are quite gratified that so many people have joined our webinar from such diverse contexts. In particular, I would like to thank the Indian Council for Social Science Research and the UK Academy for Medical Science, and also the presidents of all ASA members for publicizing our webinar. After this webinar, we are trying to actually produce 5-minute video clips, YouTube clips of all the major talks. So we would like all 364 of you who registered to receive these and also to publicize these findings. One of the things that we have discovered as scientists and academicians is that too often the results of these webinars just are hidden inside proceedings. So we want to try and do something different, and we hope that you will partner with us even after this webinar. So thank you. My next task is to introduce, in fact, the acting president or president-elect of ASA, who is Professor Nuri Yildizev. So Professor Nuri Yildizev is the president-elect of ASA for 2021-2024. He is a professor of international relations at the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey, and was vice president of the Turkish Academy of Sciences from 2015 to 2019. He has also had to assume leadership of ASA as acting president recently due to the recent untimely death of the incumbent president, Professor Dato Dr. Khairul Anwar bin Abdullah. So Dr. Anwar has been a very good friend to Sri Lanka, well known to Professor Yildizev as well. So I would like to invite all those present to observe a minute's silence before I ask Professor Yildizev to speak. So please join with me in observing a minute's silence. Thank you very much. I would now like to introduce Professor Yildizev to deliver his message from ASA to us.
Thank you, Professor Diaz. It is a pleasure for me to address such a distinguished participant. And I'm sorry that I had to speak in this occasion due to the death of my good friend, Professor Khairul Anwar. He has been a good friend of mine, and actually we were together in Colombo 3 years ago, just after the terrible Easter bombings, when Sri Lanka Academy organized another great workshop on urbanization in Asia. And we will cherish his memories, or his memory, of course. President Diaz, distinguished participants, dear colleagues. Let me first thank the National Academy of Sciences of Sri Lanka for hosting this webinar on the long-term social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, the webinar covers a wide area of social life, from economy to politics, from culture to psychology. So I would like to congratulate President Diaz and his team for organizing such a comprehensive webinar. Let me to mention a couple of points just to introduce this webinar. It is now over 2 years since the first outbreak of the coronavirus in December 2019. As you all know, efforts to contain the virus were not successful and it quickly spread all over the globe. COVID-19 pandemic has widely been considered as one of the deadliest pandemics or epidemics in human history, perhaps only comparable to the Black Death of the 14th century and the 1918 Great Influenza pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has had impact upon every sector of human life, causing the death of about 6 million people and the disruption of daily life for all of us. On the positive side, we have the vaccines speedily developed and applied in most countries. Indeed, if one compares the numbers between the COVID-19 pandemic and the influenza pandemic, benefit of the vaccination appears pretty clear. The number of COVID-19 infected cases so far is more or less around the number of the cases in influenza pandemic of the early 20th century. Roughly speaking, about 500 million known cases. By conservative estimates, the number of COVID-19 caused deaths so far is just 1/4 of the total deaths caused by the 1918 influenza pandemic. Same number of infected cases in over 2 years and 1/4 of total deaths. So this is a clear indication of the contribution to human life by the vaccines. On the negative side, we have not been able to contain the virus, and we are far from the desired level of vaccine distribution. Countries have extremely unequal access to COVID-19 vaccines, so that vaccine equity has not even been approximated. Given the extent and speed of worldwide mobility of human beings, of course, it is not easy to contain the virus. Yet, given the level of the techniques of communication and transportation we have now, the virus could have been contained to a great extent had there been an intensive and extensive international cooperation. The lack of international cooperation is observed in the distribution of vaccines as well. An intensive and extensive international cooperation is required not only contain the virus, but also to cope with it. By examining the long-term social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, this webinar will, I'm sure, contribute to the necessity and assurance of international cooperation in pandemics. Before concluding my remarks, I would like to thank National Academy of Sciences of Sri Lanka again, and congratulations on the organizing team again. And I would like to confirm the continuous support of ASA as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yudusel. It is now my pleasant task to introduce the chairperson for the next 2 sessions. So the next session will feature 2 keynote speakers, and the session after that will feature 2 lead speakers. Now the session chairperson also will remind you from time to time that there are discussion times after each of these speakers finish their presentations. Please write your questions in the Q&A. Do not use the chat. The chairpersons and the speakers will probably be looking at the Q&A after each one of these presentations, and they will be picking up some relevant questions. Also, please do not write anything other than your questions and perhaps comments in the Q&A. Please do not try to introduce yourself using the Q&A. Thank you very much for appreciating that. So our session chairperson is Professor Kalinga Tudor Silva, who holds a BA from the University of Peradeniya in Sri Lanka and a PhD from Monash University in Australia. He is Professor Emeritus at the University of Peradeniya, where he served the Department of Sociology and Faculty of Arts in various capacities for almost 40 years. He has also served as the Executive Director of the International Center for Ethnic Studies from 2009 to 2011, and as the Executive Director of the Center for Poverty Analysis from 2002 to 2003. So, Professor Tudor Silva, I'm handing over the webinar to you for the next hour or so, or hour or two actually. Thank you.
Okay. Good day to all of you, irrespective of from where you are joining. And it's a pleasure to chair this session. Let me first come to keynote speaker one, Professor Dominic Abrams. Let me also try to retrieve his description. Give me a minute. Okay, Professor Dominic Abrams is Professor of Social Psychology and the Director of the Center for Study of Group Processes at University of Kent in United Kingdom. Following his Vice Presidency in Social Sciences of the British Academy, he was the academic lead for its major multidisciplinary review of the social impact of the pandemic. The two substantial reports from that work focus respectively on the impact and on the policy implications for the United Kingdom. Dominic also chaired the British Academy's program on cohesive societies and is currently co-chair of the joint BA Nafi Foundation research program on understanding communities. He's also a trustee of the Anne Frank Trust. With that, his primary academic work is on the psychology of inclusion, equality, and cohesion, and particularly the role of group membership and identity in this phenomena. He has published over 300 articles and papers and several books. He's also the co-chair and editor of the journal Group Processes and Intergroup Relations, published by SAGE. With that introduction, now let me invite Professor Dominic Abrams to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Silva and Professor Diaz. Well, I hope you can all hear me. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me to give this presentation. I'm going to share my screen, so this might be the last you see of me for a little while, but please let me know if there's any problem with the screen share. Okay, well, hopefully you can all see the cover page there. So back in September 2020, the British Academy was invited by the Chief Scientific Officer for the UK, Sir Patrick Vallance, to try and understand what would be the long-term societal impacts of the pandemic. And this led us to an extremely intensive process where we tried to gather evidence from across the humanities and social sciences and beyond to really understand what might happen and how we might handle it. And there were 5 phases to the program of work, which began with desk research, and by inviting, I think we had input from about 200 experts and stakeholders on what they thought was the current evidence and the likely issues facing them. And from there, we moved on to a rapid evidence synthesis and tried to create a framework for analysis that would then provide the basis of synthesis discussions, with each of which had about 20 to 30 academics in from multiple disciplines, where we try and explore what the evidence meant and which evidence was the most compelling. So I'll talk a little bit more about what emerged from those workshops and what led to our phase 4, the final reports, and work we've done since then. So in trying to frame this question, obviously it was a very broad question that we'd been set, we decided to look at 3 general areas of policy focus. 1, health and well-being; the 2nd, community, culture and belonging; the 3rd, knowledge, employment and skills. And for each of these areas, we looked at several cross-cutting themes, and these involved governance, the way that things were being managed and organized; trust, the extent to which people were willing to comply with various restrictions and rules; cohesion, the extent to which people were working together to deal with the problems facing them; how this was impacting levels of equality and inequality; and the extent to which there might be implications for sustainability. And with those themes, we also decided it was critical to look at the context, and the context was defined in terms of the impact of particular places, and we considered place at local, regional, national, and international scales. The scale of management or organization, or the unit of analysis, if you like, so whether it was individual, community, or societal, and also the historical context, which obviously has implications for precedents for what people have done before, but also for cultural and other kind of aspects as well. And so there were kind of deep dives into each of these things, and the specific pieces of evidence are available at the British Academy if you're interested in looking at them. And then we also tried to consider different scenarios, different situations that might unfold, ranging from completely successful mitigation of the virus threat through to a persistent or manageable threat, through to a prolonged economic and social crisis. And I think, interestingly, our government, you might have heard, has just announced it's about to cease all legal restrictions on behaviour, and indeed cease routine testing, self-isolation and everything from Thursday this week, which might imply scenario 1. I think at least we're in scenario 2, and quite possibly still in scenario 3, and likely to be for some time. So the reality and the way that governments choose to respond to that reality might not always fit. But each of these has different implications for the stresses placed on various sectors of governance. And here's an example from the charity sector. So we tried to understand the nuances and complexities of all this all together. So our first report was really looking at the evidence itself, and this runs to about 170 pages, but if you would like to read it, then you'll find that it's conveniently separated into chapters that focus on each of our 3 themes. And what I'd like to do today is just give you a flavour of some of the types of evidence that we looked at and some of the conclusions that we reached from all of this. So in the area of health and well-being, we looked at a range of themes, including health inequalities, what was happening to mental health, the impact on the social care system, the way that the pandemic might unfold and last and affect people, and problems such as long COVID, the way that health information was being shared and used, the way that health data was being gathered and combined, and the impact of environmental conditions. And just as one example, and this you're probably familiar with, and it's to be familiar in many countries, the UK already had quite a high degree of inequality even before the pandemic. And what we saw here was at the COVID rate, and this was in 2020. And what you can see is that the poorest people, that these indices of multiple deprivation, the blue line is those who are the most deprived. Those who are most deprived had the highest COVID rates, and this was true at any age level. But there were also very important local variations that were dependent on where people were living. And if you looked at places that were particularly deprived, there what you would find, although at the time the death rates were higher amongst older people, that actually hospitalizations were higher amongst younger people in areas of high level of deprivation. This picture shows, for example, that older people living in Trafford, area in Manchester, relatively well-off area, an area of low deprivation, was doing very well. They had few hospitalizations and deaths, whereas those living in Salford, an area of high deprivation, younger people actually were particularly badly affected. So the specific effects of the virus and the pandemic were not just simply a function of age or simply a function of poverty, but often the combination of the two, as well as the particular location and place where things were happening. This is a more recent piece of evidence, and this looks at years of life lost as a measure of the impacts of the pandemic. And the blue lines here you can see are what would have been predicted in a normal year. The red lines are the actual numbers of years of life lost. And as you can see, the peak and the impact of the pandemic was much more serious for those who were the most deprived, at least twice as bad. So the impact of deprivation is very clear. But also, we have to remember this was not just a health pandemic in a way. It's also been a social and economic one. It's affected people's behavior, and it's affected their economic circumstances, as if not more severely than the health outcomes in some cases, and certainly more directly and more immediately. So for a large number of people, they behaved differently, they responded differently to what was happening, and they had different outcomes. This graph simply shows that in different parts of England, people were less likely to wear masks. So in the north of England, for example, working class people were less likely to wear a mask. Younger people, conservative voters, people who voted to leave the EU, men, were all much more less likely to wear masks than those who were older, female, middle class, voted Remain, and so forth, or who lived in London. So significant behavioural differences, which of course also had health and other outcomes, but those behavioural differences will have reflected the social circumstances that people were in, and not just the health situation. Our second area was knowledge, employment, and skills, and for most countries there's been a very substantial impact on education, on the education system and the experiences of young people, but also on employment structures, the continuity of employment, and so forth. And so here we looked at the experience of education and skills building, what was happening in further and higher education, the stability of the economy, effects on employment and income inequality, and some of this materials from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, who identified two major trends. The first trend was that of rising unemployment, and this was particularly for young and less educated people. So although the government did roll out a very substantial program to support furlough and benefit increases, universal credit increases, which did protect quite a large number of people, only some people were supported by these schemes. Many people were not. Many self-employed people were not. People who undertook more sort of casual forms of labour and so forth were not protected so well. And the extent to which people were able to work from home, continue to work relatively unaffected, was very different across different parts of the population. So there were things like apprenticeships ceased, overall training stopped, education was very seriously disrupted. Just as an example, if we look at the decile of earning distribution and look at who was in lockdown, who was affected by lockdown, and who wasn't, we see a very clear linear relationship. The higher one's income, the greater freedom one had not to be behave as if in lockdown or not to be restricted by lockdowns. But equally, if we look at people who are able to work from home, we also see a similar type of gradient, which is that those people who are actually least affected by lockdown itself were also much more likely to be able to work from home. So the working conditions and the constraints and the complexities of dealing with those was much greater, and the freedom in a way to avoid the virus as well was much greater as you moved up the income distribution. So we can what I'm hoping you're capturing here is these drivers of inequality becoming more severe the poorer people are. Education, I'm not sure what the situation would have been in Sri Lanka, for example, but certainly in the UK, although all children missed out on education, this was substantially more severe for children from poorer families. So this is children's daily learning time during periods of lockdown. And what you can see is, here we have the richest quintiles and the poorest quintiles depicted. So at primary school, so up to the age of 11, you can see that online classes were available to the richest, other schoolwork was available, private tuition was available to many of them, and other forms of education were a bit more balanced. But the big difference is there in secondary school, where children were taking the critical public exams, GCSEs and A-levels. The differences are, if anything, even more stark. Substantial provision for those in the richest quintile and big gaps for those in the poorest, particularly the availability, for example, of private tuition. And typically, private schools were able to carry on providing face-to-face classes as well as online tuition, and state schools tended not to be able to do that. So very big differences, which of course have led to substantial differences in other types of outcomes, such as access to the best universities, resulting from assessments and performance. So three types of inequalities seem particularly likely to be exacerbated. Income inequalities between the richer and poorer households, socioeconomic inequalities in education and skills, and also intergenerational inequalities between older and younger people, and between proximal generations of students and children, some of whom had managed to graduate before the pandemic and others were severely affected by it. The third area we looked at was that of communities, culture and belonging. And here we looked at the way that people had responded to the challenges of the pandemic in terms of volunteering and mutual aid, levels of cohesion and solidarity, trust in the government and others, the role of place and cities, what was happening to prejudice, discrimination, and social attitudes, and the role of arts, culture and sport, and whether that had been maintained or managed to continue to support communities. So when we were considering communities, we looked at all sorts of aspects of the ways that communities were working. There were transformations, for example, in the use of public spaces, high streets. Transport use changed dramatically. Although people stopped using their cars, they also stopped using public transport as they were fearful of being infected while doing so. And the financial viability of many of those systems came under enormous strain as well. Social attitudes seem to range from the mutually supportive and unified to prejudice, scapegoating, blaming, all kinds of things going on between different groups, expressed as localism, regionalism, nationalism, and in other forms. And we saw really severe strains and in fact the decimation of some parts of the cultural arts and sports infrastructure as well, all of which is going to require some rebuilding. We also looked in detail at trust, and of course we know there's plenty of evidence now that trust is critical for people's compliance with rules and regulations. So it was interesting to see what was happening to trust across the pandemic and what implications that would have. And I'll just show you a couple of examples from some of the findings here. So this is a sort of integrated analysis from multiple different surveys that had been being conducted throughout 2020. At the start of 2020, the UK just had its departure from Europe sort of consolidated by a Conservative victory in the general election. We were now about to move into proper leaving of Europe, Brexit. But that whole period was marked by an enormous amount of conflict and distrust between groups across the country. The lead up to Brexit had caused a huge amount of social division. The blue dots here are percentage of people who express over distrust of the government. Red is distrust, blue is those who trust. And what you can see is that distrust massively outstrips trust. Now, as we went into the pandemic, we saw, and perhaps for the first time in a long time in UK politics, that more people trusted the government than distrusted the government. So this was May 2020. So there was a sort of unifying coming together, agreeing that we had a common problem and that the government could be relied upon to support us through it. But that dissipated extremely quickly. Dominic Cummings's trip to Barnard Castle, which you may have heard about, coincided with this switchover again in levels of trust. But I think that was only one of the factors. The situation also became more complicated for people. Different rules were applied in different places and around the country and between the countries within the UK. There was greater uncertainty, and as all of that happened, we reverted back to a situation where there was a very low level of trust in politicians and a high level of distrust. And in fact, more current evidence suggests that that trend has simply continued, that we're still in that state. So public trust was gained, but then lost again. So what happened in terms of cohesion? And this graph shows feelings of division and unity among people in the UK and in local communities. So if we look first at these dark blue blobs here, this is the percentage of people who felt the UK is becoming more divided. And at the time of the general election, 2019, December 2019, the country was very divided. But again, we see this trend towards unity in May 2020. So the light blue dots are the people who think that countries are becoming more united. And again, as with trust, unity exceeds disunity only at this period of May 2020. And then things revert back to social division again. So perceived unity is quite low, perceived disunity is quite high at the national level. So this is unity between the countries of the UK and generally across the UK. However, a very important distinction needs to be made between levels of unity and indeed trust at the national and the local levels. So the yellow dots here, the dark yellow dots, are perceptions that the local area is becoming more divided. And what you can see is that, first of all, that's much lower than levels of national disunity, much lower. And secondly, that it doesn't change very much through this period. It doesn't have this upward curve. And similarly, feelings of unity at the local level, which are higher than at the national level, maintain that level pretty well, even though things at a national level are changing. So this is quite an important distinction, which is that people didn't simply lose trust or lose unity. They focused this much more at a local level, and it was the local level that sustained, I think, both trust and unity, but also sustained compliance with many of the rules and regulations that were in place. So I think an important lesson. At the end of all this, we identified 9 overall significant areas of long-term impact. These were, first of all, the increased importance of local communities in enabling people to weather this huge storm of the pandemic. that there are low and unstable levels of trust, and that these are an important factor in who complies with what and why. But the geographic inequalities that had existed already before the pandemic in the UK had started widening, and that other structural inequalities had also been exacerbated, for example, in educational outcomes and health outcomes as well. I think people's attention was drawn in a very distinctive way to the importance of mental health and the impact that that was having on people's ability to cope on their lives and their livelihoods as well. And I think that has now gained actually greater priority in health planning and thinking. Enormous pressure, of course, on revenue streams. So although the government has piled huge amounts of money in all over the place, it's now trying to rein back and to balance the books again. And that's going to mean that continuing to build on what has been achieved is going to be difficult. Rising unemployment, changing labour markets, well, I think it remains to be seen quite how that's going to pan out. And in the UK, it's made more complicated by Brexit, which has meant that we don't have the same level of access to European labour as used to be the case. And a renewed awareness that education and skills have to be more of a lifelong process and can't necessarily all be crammed into the usual 18 years at school and university. Now, from all of this, we developed a set of policy recommendations, and the critical point of all this was that each of those 9 impacts have to be considered in concert as a set of things operating together and connected to each other. And therefore, in order to address any one of them, we would need to be able to address all of them together. And that, we thought, required 7 key policy goals. One was to much better integrate the governance structures, to have better linkage hierarchically, so that what the government was doing was better linked to what was happening at a local or hyperlocal level. But also horizontal structures needed to be linked. So what was happening in different localities needed to be connected up better as well. That I think we discovered a number of weaknesses in the way we were sharing information and the way that people could get access to that sort of information. For example, local intermediaries were particularly important in communicating information about vaccines and getting people to take vaccines and so on. And although we need to improve our digital infrastructure, that is not just a question of giving people equipment or connecting people, but also enabling them to use that infrastructure, to giving them the education and the resources to understand what information they needed, how to use it, how to capitalize on that infrastructure. I think a real understanding now that urban spaces could be used differently from the way they had been before, and that could be a part of building a much more sustainable approach to the future, both in cooperation with business, but also local authorities and health systems as well. That the education system is going to have to adapt and change and be more responsive to people's needs over their lifetime rather than just in their early lives. But community-led social infrastructure is not really just a luxury, it's essential. And so that when these kinds of challenges emerge without those infrastructures in place, it's very difficult to respond and adapt quickly. And that we need to prioritize social purpose in the way that we try to rebuild the economy and society, that it's not just about making money, but it's also about building a strong society. We also then came up with 5 principles for good policy making, which I won't go into here, but these really are about the way that policy is structured, the way that it's develops and created, and the extent to which we involve other people other than the policymakers and government in developing those policies, the way we connect policy to people's lives. But I think I'd like to just mention briefly where we got to in terms of our engagement with both the political system and the wider international context. So following our reports, we've had a very long series of meetings with the strategic advisory groups on emergencies, with the government cabinet permanent secretaries, chief scientific advisors, the COVID task force, civil servants from all sorts of departments, as well as media engagement. The other thing we've been doing is reaching out to other partners internationally. And recently, you may be interested to see the statements made by the Social Sciences and Humanities 7, which is the G7 countries, social and humanities bodies getting together to consider what are the really big questions for recovery from the pandemic as a more global level. And I'll just leave you with this, which is the different themes that the Social Sciences and Humanities 7 came up with. So community engagement, education, skills and employment, trust, transparency and data gathering, inequalities and cohesion, and fiscal policy. So these 5 areas, and there's a report on each of these you can find on the British Council website, I think are these interlinking themes which both emerged from our review and which I think are emerging internationally as the key areas where attention is needed. And I see from the programme for the rest of this conference that you indeed will be exploring all of these. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dominic, for that excellent presentation, which gives a very solid start for this webinar. I don't see any questions in the Q&A section. Maybe people are feeding in some questions. Until that happens, let me make a comment and maybe ask a question from Dominic. Actually, I think you have provided a very solid evidence base for exploring the long-term social impacts of the pandemic, primarily based on UK experience. And from what you have presented, it appears that the socially disadvantaged have been more vulnerable and more exposed to the pandemic. And also it looks like the adverse impact of the pandemic on that particular section of the population is much greater based on your finding. One question I have is, to what extent the same arguments can be made about the rest of the world, both in Europe and maybe elsewhere, whether you have been able to get some information from the rest of the world, maybe through a literature survey kind of thing. And secondly, this is a question that came from what you said towards the end, about the policies and implications and the impact, and also looking at issues like trust and social harmony. And from what you presented, it appears to me that there is no clear pattern. Actually, it seems that in the initial period there was some trend towards trust building, but towards the end the gap increased further. So what I want to know is whether the dynamics of the pandemic itself contributed to these developments, or whether these developments can be attributed more to the larger kind of political and social trends in the country. I will leave you with that and maybe expect a few more comments and questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think clearly there have been different patterns in different countries, and these reflect the difficulty in making direct comparisons is that these reflect both political and cultural differences. So, for example, in Denmark, I think there's been much more emphasis on leaving people to make their own choices and behave responsibly. And in many of the Scandinavian countries, I think the social obligations and norms are quite strong and clear, and so they required less government intervention or imposition of rules. And so trust, in a way, was sort of built in more to their systems, and to the extent that they were able to be consistent about what instructions and guidance they were giving, it was relatively okay and easy for people to comply with those. In other countries and other situations where there's low trust or less trust, then the imposition of rules is one way to get everybody to do the same behavior. And it's once you have people all doing the same thing, of course, they feel there's a sense of unity and will comply. But it's vulnerable. And I think what happened in the UK and quite a few other countries has been that when government becomes inconsistent or unclear in its guidance and its imposition of rules, and it starts saying things like, this is a matter of personal responsibility, it's up to you, then things can break down. Now, what we saw, I think, in the UK and will be true elsewhere, is that where you have a strong local infrastructure and strong local networks, that it's possible to sustain norms and to use local informants, as it were, local experts to help guide people's behavior, for example, to encourage them to take vaccines. We found that communities that were better supported in terms of investment in their cohesiveness tended to fare better as well through the pandemic, that they draw on their own resources. So I think the relationship between trust and other things is complicated, and it does depend on the context. But of course, inequality, I think, is always going to drive inequality of income, inequality of life circumstances is always going to drive inequality of health outcomes as well. And of course, we've seen large parts of the world where very high proportions of people haven't been vaccinated. And because many countries behave somewhat selfishly in the way that they decide to implement their policies and not cooperate with one another, again, we can see the vulnerability of the weakest increases as a result of that. So I certainly take no pleasure in the failure to roll out the vaccine much more effectively on a global scale. And I think there's also a desire for governments to be complacent about how well they're doing, when in fact it's evident that no government is doing incredibly well and that some are doing quite badly compared to what they should be doing.
Sorry, Tudor, this is
yes.
Pradhan here.
Yes.
Can I just make an intervention? There is a small technical difficulty in that the panelists are not able to put questions in the Q&A. They can only ask them in the chat. That's a technical issue with Zoom. So you might be interested in a question from Jim Ackers in the chat, and maybe Dominic can have a look at it as well. Only if you think that that's suitable. Yes, it's in the chat.
Yes. Jim Ackers, yes, has a question in the chat. I wanted to put this question into question and answer, but could not access.
The chat box is available. Q&A is not possible.
Okay. I can see
further up.
If we wish to type anything, we are not able to type.
Dominic, can you see that? Further up
from
Jim.
Question.
I can see it, so I'll read it out. It's okay.
But can I pick a few questions which are put in the Q&A? Can I begin with that? I think Lahiru Kodituaku from Sri Lanka has this comment. Many thanks for the excellent presentation. My question is, do you have any evidence during your study regarding any association between the public trust in government and the vaccination drive? Did you get it?
Yes. I mean, I think there are many studies across the world actually which show that there is a relationship between trust in government and vaccination uptake, but it's clearly more complicated than just trust in government. So if people trust their local community leaders, they trust those that are guiding them to be vaccinated, then they will tend to be vaccinated. I think those who, certainly in the UK, who haven't been vaccinated, there are very many reasons why not. One of them is simply complacency, which is the sense they may be not vulnerable to the virus. Another is concern that they may be more vulnerable to side effects of the vaccine than of the virus. And the third reason is indeed their distrust in government, that the government has some ulterior motive. But actually, we've done some research that reveals something we call distrustful complacency, and my research group, where actually it's the combination of feeling complacent and distrusting the government that seems to be most predictive of not taking vaccines. So it's a combination of factors, but certainly if one of those two factors can be effectively addressed, that is to say people can be convinced that they will be safer by taking the vaccine, or they can be convinced that the government's intentions or reasons for asking them to do so are good intentions and well-meaning, then there's a good chance they will take the vaccine. So, but for many people, it's either difficult or been impractical, or vaccines haven't been available, all kinds of other things. So I think we have to be very careful about understanding the reasons for this and not blaming individuals necessarily for those decisions or lack of taking vaccines. Another question was from Jim, actually, was about the impact in schools and whether trust was an important factor there as well. And I think the answer is yes. But again, we've seen, I think, uneven sorts of effects, so that in schools in small communities, for example, where it's been easy to share information and have a consensus about the way the pandemic should be managed and what the school policies would be, then parents would be very cooperative and work with the school very closely. A lot of parents were very badly affected by having to either homeschool their children or take time off work to look after them. I think in the private
Thank you, Dominic.
sector, for example,
I think we also had a question from
the public sector.
We also had a question from one of our panelists, Dr. Ranjit Mahindapala. Can you unmute and ask it yourself, Ranjit?
Yeah.
Hello, Ranjit.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. It relates to the excellent presentation, Dominic. But I noted that there is a difference between mask wearing between conservative and Labour, and they're very surprising. And does this mean it is a distrust on the government, or simply overriding the scientific evidence that have been put in? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's a slightly more complicated question, isn't it? Because a lot of former Labour voters voted Conservative at the last general election. So when one defines people as Labour and Conservative, they aren't in that state forever. Clearly, they move around. And if people voted Conservative, then it would be strange that they didn't trust the government. So I don't think it's necessarily so much about trust in the government, and more about prioritizing the value of freedom and liberty. It's sort of individualism, I think, more than anything else. And that does exist amongst both Labour and Conservative voters, although is more prevalent amongst Conservative voters. So I think, that the rhetoric of individual choice and freedom around this pandemic has been quite difficult, because, of course, we want to give people as much liberty as possible, but not necessarily at the expense of the whole of society. In this country, there's been a lot of internal pressure in the government to have greater liberty, greater choice, greater freedom. I think not always at the right moments, but I think is why there are differences in mask wearing between Labour and Conservative voters. So it's more about their values than their political orientation.
Thank you, Dominic. I think we will take just one more question, and we have one in the Q&A by Mustafa Javara. Having learned through the hardest way, do you think this COVID-19 travesty among the lowest income group could have been averted had the politicians and policymakers paid attention to fixing inequalities?
In short, yes, but they would have had to have started a long time ago, well before the pandemic. But I do think that more could certainly have been done in the UK to make things less terrible for those who are already most disadvantaged. A lot was done, though. I don't think we should underestimate the huge investment that was made in trying to support people who were most in need by the government. But I think we weren't well prepared for this, even though we knew that a pandemic was coming down the line. We hadn't got ourselves as well prepared as we should have. And that's why those who were most vulnerable, either by income or in health terms, have suffered disproportionately.
Thank you, Dominic. I think we will have to leave this right there. And thank you so much for giving us a very useful presentation and a very useful keynote speech. We will set the tone for the rest of the webinar. Actually, we will come back to a lot of issues you raised, including the issue of on education and inequality in later sessions. Thank you very much. So let's move to, thank you. Let's move to the second keynote for this afternoon. It is by Professor V.K. Malhotra, and it is on social protection in India during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me give a very quick introduction about the keynote speaker. Professor V.K. Malhotra is presently member secretary, Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. He has recently edited the book entitled Disaster Management for 2030 Agenda of the SDGs, published by Palgrave, Singapore. And his book entitled Economics of Education has been published by Vikas. He has a number of papers published in well-reputed international and national journals in areas of his interest. In his capacity as member secretary, he is also the governing board of renowned social science research institutes such as IEG, Institute of Economic Growth, very well-known institute in Delhi, Institute for Studies on Industrial Development, and Institute for Social and Economic Change, ISEC, based in Bangalore, India. He has recently been elected Vice President of Science Council of Asia, based in Japan. Professor Malhotra, it is over to you now.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
You are audible, yes.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Tudor Silva. And my thanks to the National Academy of Sciences of Sri Lanka for organizing this 3-day program on long-term social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a great occasion to discuss all pertinent issues related to the social impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And as very rightly said here, that I'll be concentrating on social protection in India during COVID-19 pandemic. I'll begin. Nitin will play, Dr. Nitin will be playing slides for me, and he can share his screen. All right. So social protection, slide number 2, has been used in various parts of the developed world to maintain a certain living standard and address transient poverty. During the late 19th and early 20th century, both in Germany and Great Britain, welfare systems were established to target the working classes. The United States followed several years later during the Great Depression with emergency relief for those struck the hardest. Since there are a number of slides, I'll be concentrating on the more relevant part of it, which would convey a message for the remaining part as well. Modern social protection has grown to envelop a much broader range of issues and purposes. It is now being used as a policy approach in developing countries to address issues of persistent poverty and target structural causes. Moreover, it is being used to provide protection against extreme contingencies like COVID-19. Despite 6 decades have gone into social protection in one way or the other, about 80% of the population of the world remains without access to adequate social protection cover. Social protection has become a preferred instrument of the Millennium development goals, which were later translated into SDGs, while the World Bank promoted social protection as a key component of international poverty reduction strategies. Slide number 3. Social protection in India is largely said to be anti-poverty. The economic growth, along with progressive policies and flagship programs of the government of India, have brought greater focus on improving access to education. And we have an act, right to education, skill development, employment, and social protection. There are a large number of promotional measures initiated since 1970s. Food and nutrition program under public distribution system, midday meals, integrated child development scheme, housing program for rural areas, and then there are self-employment and wage employment programs. Self-employment programs have been known as Swanjanti Gramin Swarojgar Yojana, self-help groups, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, Swanjanti Shahri Rojgar Yojana. This is one of the most important employment guarantee schemes of the government, which took the form of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, popularly known as MG Narega, enacted in 2005, and is deemed as one of the largest social protection schemes of the world for securing livelihoods. MG Narega provides a legal guarantee for 100 days of employment in every financial year to adult members of any rural household willing to do public work in the form of unskilled manual work at the statutory minimum wage. Of course, apart from direct benefits to the economy, like employment, increased consumption, reduction in poverty, women empowerment, reduction in distress, migration, and financial inclusions are other benefits of this program. In next slide, we can see that how this program over the years that it was enacted in 2005, and we can see that how in 2005 total available funds were just 71 billion rupees, whereas total expenditure was 70.52 billion Indian rupees, and by 2020-21, 1189 billion rupees were available, whereas 1114 billion rupees were spent, and 70 to 75% component of expenditure on MG Narega is constituted by wage payment, which explains the wage intensity of the MG Narega expenditures. In next scheme of the government, we would see, which is Ayushman Bharat Yojana, we would see how universal coverage of medical facilities or health facilities have been given to the 500 million population. This scheme is known as Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana or Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman stands for long live, which aims to provide completely cashless treatment to economically vulnerable and unprivileged sections of the society. The beneficiaries are eligible for free treatment up to rupees 5 lakh in empaneled hospital. This health insurance scheme was launched in 2018 and covers 50 crore or 500 million people. Of approximately 23,000 empaneled hospitals, 9,361 are private, whereas 13,470 are public hospitals, and they have already started providing treatment and worth rupees 25,000 crore, which is 250 billion Indian rupees under the scheme has already happened. As far as COVID pandemic is concerned, existing and special treatment packages were used to provide COVID related treatment, and these covered testing, medicines, oxygen, diagnostics, and approximately 8.3 lakh COVID patients, they took the services under this scheme during the COVID time. Next, please. This is Swachh Bharat mission, that is Clean India mission, which was launched in 2014. It has directly or indirectly helped in fighting against the pandemic. The program aimed at constructing 100 million toilets in rural India in 5 years to reinforce behavior change towards sanitation practices and interventions for safe management of solid and liquid waste areas. It is in alignment with the goal number 6 of Sustainable Development Goal of the UN. And there are 2 ministries and departments of those ministries, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation under the Ministry of Jal Shakti, and SBM Urban, which is monitored by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The phase 1 of this program has already been completed and more than 100.68 million toilets have been constructed. The phase number 2 commenced from 2020-21 and it will go up to 24-25, where apart from sanitation, 4,378 urban local bodies are to be added with clean water, which would be piped tap water connections, and 28.6 million households will be provided these tap connections at an expenditure of 2.87 lakh crore or 2.87 billion Indian rupees over the next 5 years. As far as the impact felt during COVID-19 of the Swachh Bharat mission is concerned, we have noticed this impact with regard to personal hygiene, industrial impact, institutional changes, and also changes in daily life, which include how to stand in queue, get a haircut, how to fly by air, using shared transport, or watching movies also. The way industries came out, FMCG, pharma, liquor, or paint industries, they came out with hand washes, sanitizers, female hygiene products, face masks, etc. in a very short period of time. I think that speaks about how the mindset was prepared to do it all in the smallest possible time. Then we have Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, which was launched in April 2015 as a flagship scheme of the Government of India to fund the unfunded by bringing such enterprises to the formal financial system and extending affordable credit to them. It enables borrowers to borrow for non-farm income generating activities from all public sector banks, regional rural banks, cooperative bank, private sector bank, foreign bank, microfinance institutions, and NBFCs, an amount from rupees 50,000 to rupees 10 lakh. And that's about, it has got different types of schemes to cater to different kind of, let's say, beneficiaries, and approximately 3 to 3.30 trillion, which is lakh crore, are being sanctioned or disbursed under the scheme every year to small entrepreneurs for last 4 to 5 years. India has one of the best public distribution system also, which took shape somewhere in late 60s. Under PDS, the states are required to formulate and implement the arrangements for the identification of eligible beneficiaries for the delivery of food grains in a transparent and accountable manner at the level. The Government of India provides food security through one of the world's largest food-based safety nets, with nearly 67% of the population relying on the targeted public distribution system for availing their monthly entitlement of food grains at highly subsidized price. In 2013, National Food Security Act was enacted, and NFSA comprises the Antyodaya Anna Yojana household and persons belonging to household, priority households categories. Here, each member is entitled to 5 kgs of grain per month at a highly subsidized rate of rupees 2 for wheat and rupees 3 for rice. Antyodaya household get 35 kgs per month at the same price. irrespective of their family size. Next, please. Social protection during COVID. As far as that is concerned, so we'll talk about some of the major measures under that. A 22.5 billion INR relief package was announced, which included insurance for the frontline health workers, increase in coverage and entitlement of subsidized food grains, cash transfers for the poor, vulnerable and daily wage earners. In March 2020, as the pandemic spread, the government of India announced Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana as part of the pro-poor package aimed at easing the hardship faced by the poor due to economic disruptions caused by the pandemic's outbreak. The immediate objective was to ensure that no poor or vulnerable household should suffer from non-availability of food, apart from regular 35 kg of food grains under NFSA per month per family. Additional 5 kg per person free food grains were provided to all beneficiaries every month. And the later three sentences or parts of the slides are about the lifting and the distribution, that about 41 lakh metric ton grains were distributed each month to 74 crore beneficiaries. This is about Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. All these schemes I'm trying to talk about because all these schemes have benefited, they have continued, they were further strengthened to take care of the COVID situation also. So Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, again, is a government scheme launched by the government in 2014 to provide access to financial services such as remittance, credit, insurance, pension, savings, and deposit accounts to the poor and the rural and the needy sections of our society. It was launched to provide financial inclusion, services and products to individuals who do not have access to a bank account. These accounts do not need to maintain a minimum balance, so they are set to be zero balance accounts also. And government schemes such as pensions, insurance, and banking services, they became quite convenient to these account holders. Thus far, 445 million accounts, which is 44.5 crore accounts, maintaining a balance of 1,58,713 crore, have been opened. And more than 50% of that, that is 247.5 million, belong to women. Even during phase 1, that is March to June 2020, these accounts increased from 38 crore to 39.83 crore. So relief packages, insurance, direct benefit transfers, and credit facilities have been extended by both central and the state governments through Jan Dhan accounts. This is about Prime Minister Ujjwala Yojana, which is to help women get rid of smoky kitchens in unsafe areas or to move to unsafe areas to collect firewood. And 80 million LPG connections were to be provided to BPL families over a period of 3 years, starting from May 2016. And as a result of this scheme, LPG penetration in Indian household is increased from 55 to 98%. To overcome the economic impact of COVID-19, the government announced a relief package under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana with various support initiatives for those affected by COVID-19 by supplying 3 free LPG refills to 8 crore Prime Minister Ujjwala Yojana beneficiaries during April-June 2020 across the nation. This is the special employment scheme for migrant workers affected by the lockdown. Government launched Garib Kalyan Rozgar Abhiyan. That is a Poor Welfare Employment Mission, an employment scheme with an outlay of $6.71 billion for migrant workers who returned to their home states during the corona-induced lockdown. The scheme was implemented in a mission mode in 125 days in 116 districts of 6 states, namely Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, and Orissa. It helped to expedite the implementation of 25 public infrastructure works. And the other works that were undertaken included rural housing for the poor, plantation, provision of drinking water through Jal Jeevan Mission, and construction of panchayat bhavans, community toilets, rural mandis, rural roads, cattle sheds, and Anganwadi bhavans. Another important thing which continued there was rural electrification. This scheme was launched in 2014 to provide 24/7 power for all rural areas of India. And today, or by June 2021, the average power supply per day stood at 22.17 hours in rural areas and 23.36 hours in cities. As of March 31st, 2021, all the states have reported 100% electrification of all willing unelectrified households. We know that there is a close link between rural connectivity and growth, employment, education, and healthcare. States with poor connectivity are also the states that reflect poor socioeconomic indices. In 2000, government launched the Pradhan Gram Sadak Yojana, a central scheme providing funds to states to connect villages to all-weather roads. And on the scheme, more than $10.7 billion on building and upscaling rural roads across the country have been spent. And nearly 200,000 kilometers of new roads have been built across rural areas since 2014. And at an average rate of 109 kilometers of roads constructed per day. So this infrastructure work and rural electrification that have continued during COVID times also. Next 3 slides are about health infrastructure, COVID cases and deaths, and vaccination program, and how they have finally helped. We'll talk about that in the concluding section. We know we could see the names of these countries, hospital beds per 1,000 population, health expenditure as percentage of GDP, and number of doctors per 1,000 inhabitants. We could see India's statistics and try to compare it with the rest of the world. And health expenditure, 3.54%. Hospital beds per 1,000 are only less than 1 at 0.53, and number of doctors is again less than 1 per 1,000 people, that is 0.93. And we could see that in terms of number of doctors, we can be compared in this table. We have taken a sample of certain countries, advanced and also emerging economies. We could see India and then compare it with South Africa there. And in terms of hospital per bed, I think India's position is not all that good, and so is the case with health expenditure on as percentage of GDP. But when we look at COVID cases and death rate, in next slide, we would notice, if we look at the total cases and total cases per million population, we can notice that India's COVID cases were 30,256 per million of population, which is comparable with the remaining countries. And the countries which appear to be close to India include Mexico at 39,000, South Africa 59,000, and Japan, a very advanced country, at 26,000. And when we look at death per million population, then 360 is India's statistics. And just, how far testing in India's case has taken place. The last column gives an idea about that. Of course, it is less than many advanced countries, but when we try to compare it with Argentina, Mexico, South Africa, even in case of Japan, we find that testing per million population was low. So on these yardsticks, India definitely seems to have performed very well, despite the fact its health infrastructure in terms of GDP expenditure, GDP percentage of expenditure, hospital beds, and number of doctors per 1,000 population are concerned. So is the case as far as India's vaccination progress is concerned. In the next slide, we could see that I would invite your attention towards total vaccination per 100. This column where India's statistics reads as 121.173. This statistics is drawn up to 8th February. So it is updated till then only. And we can compare it with US 159, Brazil 166, France 2000, UK 203, but Russia 105, and Turkey 168. We find many emerging countries like South Africa being far below that. Persons vaccinated with 1+ dose per 100 and persons vaccinated with 2 doses also. And finally, we could see persons vaccinated with 2 doses per 100, that is the rate. So 52% of India's population is already covered with 2 doses. And as compared to, we could compare it with Russia, which is at 48%, or South Africa, 29% somewhere. Most of the advanced countries are in the range of 60 to 70% of the coverage, and we are also moving in that direction. So within next 2 to 3 months, most of the eligible population is considered to be vaccinated as far as adult population is concerned. If I talk about, in next slide, social protection measures taken by some prominent countries in terms of economic packages. So we have an idea there. United Nations package was around 11% of their GDP. India's package came at around 10% of India's GDP. UK is around 8%. France again around 8%. Russia was slightly lower as compared to these countries. Italy's package was 480 billion euro. Germany's was 346 billion euro. And we could see Japan's 191 trillion yen. And 4.7% of GDP was China's package to fight with COVID-related things. And that included economic measures as well as social protection. In next slide, social protection and COVID-19, we would be talking about some of the major challenges that it offered, has undermined the fundamental importance of social protection as a social, economic, and political stabilizer. It imposed disastrous consequences on the health and livelihoods of billions of people. We know the pandemic and the public policies required to prevent the spread of virus, such as lockdown, virus, and rigorous measures like lockdown, curfews, and travel restrictions, they were introduced, which led to global economic shock also. The resulting shock deprived several millions of people of the opportunity of having a living. Some 8.8% of the global working hours were lost in 2020, which is equivalent to 255 million full-time jobs. Social protection systems have played an important role in reaching vulnerable populations, including through cash transfers and social insurance, and have been instrumental in improving the health and livelihood earning capability of the people who are covered. And this becomes still more important because there was a dire prospect of falling back into poverty, which needed a very strong social protection and support measures. Following social protection, a third phase of the government's COVID-19 strategy comprised of economic support to micro, small, and medium enterprises and their workers to support them through the lockdown period for economic recovery. COVID-19, every effort was made that COVID-19 does not lead to a stark policy choice between lives or livelihoods, as it attempts to forge an approach that protects both lives as well as the livelihood. Economic activity, we know, was brought to a halt as a result of lockdown for 1.3 billion people. Healthcare capacity to deal with this surge was a concern, as there was only 2.3 critical beds per unit of 1 lakh population. the economy was projected to contract by 3.2% in financial year 2020-21, which is 9% point less than the estimates for January 2020. The package that government came out with, it comprised of new social protection interventions and the adaptation to pre-existing benefits, which I was trying to talk about through the initial slides, that what kind of improvisations were done, what additional benefits were extended in the existing program, and how programs were continued along with new social protection interventions. Both anticipation of benefit payments and a top up of INR 2,000 to beneficiaries of PM Kisan, a cash transfer scheme, was done. An increase of ₹20 in daily wages of workers registered under MG Narega was done. Expansion of public distribution system to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, and additional food subsidies to mitigate food insecurity during the pandemic was taken. Additional income support for elderly people, widows, and Divyang, that is people with disabilities, who earn less than INR 15,000 per month and work in companies with less than 100 employees, in which 90% of the employees' wages are below INR 50,000. So financial support for 23 million construction workers from the Building and Construction Workers Fund, with a one-time cash benefit ranging between INR 1,000 and INR 5,000 was provided. Health insurance for healthcare workers was done. Scaling up of Ujjwala, which I was talking about, giving 3 free cylinders to Ujjwala beneficiaries, was undertaken. The pandemic led to severe disruptions in normal life, closing of, as a result of closure of schools, and it impacted over 240 million children of our country who were enrolled in schools. But a multi-pronged approach was adopted. Certain initiatives such as PM E-Vidya was initiated to unify all efforts related to digital, online, and on-air education to enable multi-mode access to education. Diksha, One Nation, One Digital Platform, is nation's digital infrastructure to provide quality e-content for the school. Swayam Prabha TV channel, extensive use of radio, community radio, and these things were undertaken. And Samagra Shiksha also was undertaken with the support of states and union territories in the country. As far as stimulus, economic stimulus is concerned, it would give you an idea of the measures in brief. Insurance cover of ₹50 lakh per health worker was given. 80 crore people given the benefit of 5 kg wheat or rice per person till November 2021. 20 crore women Jan Dhan account holders received ₹500 per month for next 3 months. Gas cylinders free of cost provided to 8 crore poor families for next 3 months. Increase in Manrega wage rate to the benefit of 15.75 crore families. Ex gratia of ₹1,000 to 3 crore people, 3 crore poor senior citizens, poor widows, and poor Divyang, physically challenged people. Front-loaded ₹2,000 paid to farmers under existing PM Kisan to benefit 8.7 crore farmers. Building and Construction Welfare Fund allowed to be used to provide relief to workers. 24% of monthly wages to be credited into the PF accounts, Provident Fund accounts, for next 3 months. For wage earners below ₹15,000 per month. Limit of collateral-free lending increased from ₹10 to ₹20 lakh for women's self-help groups, supporting 6.85 crore households. ₹3 lakh crore collateral-free automatic loans for businesses, including MSMEs. 3 crore farmers with agriculture loan of ₹4.22 lakh crore availed the benefit of 3 months loan moratorium. 25 lakh new Kisan credit cards sanctioned with a loan limit of ₹25,000 crore. Rupees 2 lakh crore concessional credit boost to 2.5 crore farmers through Kisan credit cards. And there was reduction in GST rates on equipment, medicines, masks, and sanitizers, which are being used for treatment of COVID-19. This is how the economy is definitely, I'll take some important statistics from the latest survey, in fact, of the government of India. A significant increase in capital expenditure on infrastructure to build back medium-term demand was done. And despite the fact that everything was falling, but agriculture still during the pandemic year itself showed a growth of 3.9%. And now we are expecting that in 2021-22, by March 31st, this financial year is expected to end. The consumption is expected to grow by 7% with significant contribution from the government, especially of the form of capital expenditure. Expected growth rate in 22-23 is expected to range between 8 to 8.5%. And survey estimates a growth rate of 7.3% for the year 21-22. After a contraction of, we know, nearly 9%, as I just talked about, most of the macroeconomic and stability fundamentals remain good and strong. Foreign exchange reserve stand at $634 billion on 31st December 2021, which is equivalent to 13 months merchandise imports and more than the total size of the external debt. BOP, balance of payment, has remained surplus over these 2 years, and there is a strong rebound in government revenues as revenue receipts increased by 67% during April-November 2021 over the same period. Inflation is a major concern all over the world, and this is why the cycles of liquidity withdrawals have been initiated by major central banks. Inflation, we know, is a global issue right now in both advanced as well as emerging economies. But as far as India's management of the situation is concerned, we have been able to manage the situation as consumer price index related inflation stood at 5.6% in December 2021, which is within the targeted tolerance limits, whereas the wholesale price index has been close to double digit, largely due to the global energy prices. I would just like to conclude with these remarks that vaccination has played a key role in last 1 year in opening up the economy, and India has been placed well due to its response strategy, use of safety nets for vulnerable sections, agile approach through updation of information, use of high frequency indicators in uncertain environment, and introduction of supply side reforms in place of mere demand side management, such as deregulation of numerous sectors, simplification of processes, privatization, production linked incentives. And sharp rise, as I said, in capital expenditure can definitely be seen as demand as well as supply enhancing response. As I said in the beginning, before I say thanks, from Jaan hai, Jahan hai, that is life is preferable over livelihood, we transition to Jaan bhi and Jahan bhi, that is life and livelihood are equally important, which reflects the needed effective and timely measures were taken following the three-pronged strategy to deal with COVID-19 by the government of India. And due to this, the society and economy could witness resilience. Then there are few appreciations from IMF, WHO, and UN Chief Antonio Guterres. With these words, I would thank you all for your very patient listening and giving me an opportunity to join with you on long-term social impact of COVID-19 pandemic through my presentation on social protection in India during COVID-19 pandemic. My special thanks go to Professor Priyan Dias, who has taken all these efforts to contact the speakers from all over the world and has definitely encouraged them to prepare the best possible presentations and make their cases in the best possible ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Malhotra. I think you gave a very comprehensive overview of social protection measures in place in India in the wake of the pandemic. And what you said is, for the most part, Indian government tried to utilize existing social protection measures to cover new issues, that came up with the pandemic. We don't have a lot of time for discussion because we have exceeded a little bit of the allocated time. I think we have about 5 minutes time for discussion, and I will start with question raised in Q&A, and I thought it is from Professor Nadira Karunavira. Nadira, you can ask that question directly. Nadira, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Professor. It was impressive to listen to the social assistance programs in India, and thank you for sharing the details. My question is, I'm sure that these programs may have been evaluated before and after. So in your opinion and based on evidence, which one do you think is the most effective, or at least the few that are the most effective on top of the list?
Which is strategy I think you intend to ask, that how it could work, right?
Yes, the effectiveness on, because it is meant to target a certain population, I'm sure, right?
Right. I think, as I said, our response system, understanding of the situation, and taking a timely action, and especially I would appreciate that the committed expenditure on infrastructure and capital items did not stop. As a result of that, as soon as we were coming into the phases that the COVID was in a particular phase or wave, it was towards a receding end. India was definitely rebounding back. There were numerous discussions on what kind of recovery shall we finally witness, and we can see it in a very objective manner also, that we could finally witness a V-shaped recovery model also, which was very quick to response. And this could happen. I said that supply side management, continuity of let's say our reform agenda, which has been drawn for a pretty long period of time, and all social protection measures, every policy was in fact an addition. Every new intervention was an addition to an existing scheme and policy. So that added value to the existing policy. We were not going away from what existed in the past. We were adding further things, further interventions, and we were improvising in the given situation. And that is what resulted in the success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pradhan, did you have a comment or question? I just saw, but I can't retrieve it.
What I wanted to ask, thank you, Professor Malhotra, for your presentation. It's nice to see you in person and exchange these kind of comments with you. So the previous speaker said that inequality had increased in the UK as a result of COVID, right? Now, I think you gave an impressive list of various social protection measures in India. But in spite of that, is there evidence that inequality has increased? And is there, what would your response to that? And what is India's response if in fact this inequality has increased?
Well, in the immediate circumstances, it may definitely appear to be the case. But what happens after, let's say, a lapse of some time, I think that's very, very important. If I talk about inequality in general in India, our, let's say, Gini coefficient has remained nearly stagnant for several years. And that is true in case of most of the economies of the world. So a period of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months may be significant for those who are suffering at that point of time. But for the evaluation of the economies, we would definitely need at least a medium-term analysis of inequalities also. So what I feel is that at least if there were people who were losing their livelihoods, they were given some kind of support. So immediately it might have appeared, but in the course of time, it has been very well taken care of.
Thank you, Professor Malhotra. And finally, one quick question from my side as well. Now, most of the programs you introduce are state programs, right? State interventions. My question is, what about the non-state actors? Did they play any role at all in pandemic response? Or also the policy environment, was it conducive for non-state actors to play a role, positive role in pandemic response?
Professor Silva, every state intervention can be successful only if there are non-state actors also, non-state participation from the side of all stakeholders. So community in India has responded very well since the time was a big constraint. So we may not have covered all those things. And every scheme, in fact, has to be supported not only by, has not only to be planned or formulated by the government or policymakers, it has to be down the line implemented by the effective administration, and finally it has to be accepted by public and community. So non-state actors, private sector, they have all helped in these circumstances, but I think that would need separate allocation of time to discuss those issues separately in detail.
Thank you, Professor Malhotra. I think we have a 5 minutes break now. So let's have that break, and then we will, when we come back, we will have 2 lead speakers to talk to us. Also, let me remind all the participants that please use Q&A or chat to ask questions from the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Hi, Tudor. Can you hear me?
Tudor, Rahul is speaking to you.
Can you hear me?
Everybody else can hear you,
Professor
Rahul.
Priyan Dias, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, everybody else can hear you as well. Tudor, Rahul is speaking to you.
Yes, Rahul, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And this is
sorry.
a very appropriate time for you to come.
Dangerously appropriate. No,
so we will start in a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll get back in a few minutes. Yeah.
Shall we start now?
Yeah, yes, let's start. Let's start. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, welcome to this second session, lead presentations. I think we have two very eminent lead speakers for this session. We will start with Professor Rahul Mukherjee, who is professor and head of the Department of Political Science at the South Asia Institute in Heidelberg University in Germany. Is currently the executive director of the South Asia Institute. He's also a senior non-resident fellow of the Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore, where he worked before, and the co-chair of the China-India workshop at Fudan University in Shanghai. He co-edits a book series titled Institutions and Development in South Asia with the Oxford University Press. Rahul has co-authored India since 1980, published by Cambridge University Press in 2011, and authored Globalization and Deregulation, Ideas, Interest, and Institutional Change in India, also published by OUP in 2014. And also he has recently published a paper in the Journal of Democracy, focusing on governance of COVID. I think that gives a very good background. And on top of all that, he's a very close friend of mine for more than 2 decades now. So over to Rahul.
It's indeed a wonderful opportunity for me to reconnect. I should be able to share my slides, right? I should be able to share my slides. Share. Yes. And then I can everybody see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Good. So
I think, can you switch off presenter mode, because it's showing the next slide up as well. If you are able to, there is a way, you know, those not there, the 3 buttons on top, just under the slide, there are three dots.
yes.
Just, yeah, that's right. Go there.
Hide presenter view. Hide presenter view.
Right, then you can see it nice and big. Is that okay?
Can you see?
Yeah. It's much better now.
Yeah,
you can
much
see it.
better.
You can.
Yeah.
You can.
But
see
you can now you put that full screen mode. Yeah.
Oh, should I put on the full screen mode? Is it?
No, it is on full screen.
Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Yeah.
It's okay. Wonderful. So this is indeed a wonderful opportunity for me to connect with Sri Lanka, and as Professor Silva has mentioned, he's not only a friend, and even though I'm not very knowledgeable about the politics and governance of Sri Lanka, I have a deep interest in that area. I'm also thankful to Professor Dias for cordially inviting me and for being so patient, because I have been a little erratic in my responses, but that certainly does not reflect the intensity of my feeling and my willingness to present some of my ideas briefly. Now, this presentation is going to be very Indo-centric, because that is what I know about, and I would not like to belabor on issues where I don't have so much competence. I am aware of the fact that there was a national lockdown in Bangladesh, as well as in Sri Lanka, as well as in Pakistan in March of 2020. I am also aware of the fact that, like in the case of India, the parliament was dissolved in Sri Lanka on the 2nd of March 2020. I'm also aware of the fact that the National Operations Center for Prevention of COVID-19 outbreak was headed by an army officer, Lieutenant General Shavindra Silva. And there is an argument about Sri Lanka that a lot of the presidential task forces might have been dominated by areas of the government that could speak to the military. And there's been critical literature on this, but I'm not going to belabor this point because I'm not an expert. In the case of Bangladesh, there is some literature that suggests that once again, the lockdown was quite chaotic, but civil society organizations rose in response to the situation. In the case of Pakistan, it has been suggested that certainly the pandemic did not hurt democracy because democracy itself was very fragile when the pandemic came. So the fact that the pandemic did not impact democracy is not saying too much. This is an opinion voiced by Professor Akbar Zaidi, who was for many years at Columbia and now has gone back to head a private university in Karachi. It is in this context and in this milieu, I feel that my comments about India might be useful for understanding the governance of the pandemic in South Asia within a comparative frame. So what I will do is that I will talk a little bit about why the infections rose and fell and then rose again in India. Then I will say a few things about why India's vaccine strategy was very, very below potential. Because as you know, India has a very, very robust pharmaceutical sector, and it also engaged in what it called vaccine diplomacy. But the whole strategy was very suboptimal and it took many lives. And then finally, I will say a few things about the impact of the pandemic on India's democracy. I am one of those who believe that India's democracy is challenged. I certainly don't think that pandemic is the reason for that challenge, but I do believe that the pandemic may have accelerated some of the forces that came to a visible arena. I will not make a lot of comments about the economy, but I must let you know that India, before the pandemic, was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. It had also a rights-based approach, which was producing welfare at an unprecedented level. But after the pandemic, we know that India has probably gone back to levels of unemployment that were only known in the past. We are also aware of the fact that India is one of the most laggards in terms of growth rates, economic growth rates in the world today. So India is beginning to resemble not the emerging economy that it was before the pandemic and much before the pandemic, when the certain dispensation which is in power today came to attain power. So, but I'm not going to say much about the economy because that is not my remit. I will now take you to this slide on the rise and fall of infections. As you can see, the rise and fall of infections, let's look at the first phase. The first phase begins, this is 2020, and we are looking at 2027, 6, 3, 4, right? So in March of 2020, a lockdown was imposed. As you can see that in the March of 2020, when the lockdown was imposed, it was not looking like a scary situation. And the government must be credited for having imposed the lockdown. But what was the problem? The problem was that the lockdown was not consulted technically in a manner in which it could have been successful. The first problem with the lockdown was that there was a complete curfew promulgation without the ability of the state to support people who are migrant laborers. There was a partial lockdown, and then on the 24th of March, immediately after the partial lockdown, there was a major lockdown, and thereafter, the parliament was suddenly shut. And before the parliament was shut, no serious deliberation happened in the parliament. There were lots of leaders in the opposition who were calling for it. The state of Kerala was performing wonderfully at that time to deal with the COVID cases which had first arrived in that state. But neither was Kerala consulted, nor were the opposition leaders consulted. The Indian Council of Medical Research scientists had actually published 2 papers in the Indian Journal of Medical Research, which had argued against a large-scale short lockdown of the kind of curfew type which was promulgated, because they had argued rightly that it would not be sustainable given India's population and its poverty. So what happened was that the lockdown happened, and you can see that the lockdown was not really successful because the cases really rose by September. And why did that happen? That happened because the lockdown was physically unable to keep migrant labor in the absence of minimal or no welfare commitment within the doors that they were supposed to be in. So they started running, cycling, walking, defying the law to get back to their places. And the entire situation created a very messy problem. It was also not something that the poor people appreciated. And the result of all that was that the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme was then hiked up because it was felt that the situation is getting to be bad. So the right to work, which the government had earlier criticized, was invoked in a very big way. And the fiscal stimulus, which was at that point in time about 1 percentage point of GDP, was considered generally to be very low. I mean, all the economists agreed that the fiscal stimulus should have been at least 5 percentage points of GDP. In this milieu, a large number of public interest litigations were put before the Supreme Court Chief Justice, and not one of them was heard. But the response actually came from the fact that the government started realizing that the lockdown was failing, and therefore some more stimulus and some more effort was required. Now, this leads us to a situation where we find that once the figures started coming down by about 2021 January and February, when scientists of the Indian Council of Medical Research were saying that the story is not over yet, India became underconfident. It became underconfident to the extent that it felt that there would be enough vaccines and there would be no problem. So the Prime Minister went to Davos and said that India can become a world teacher in combating COVID. This overconfidence, and I will explain in the next slide, led to a situation where India had a very suboptimal strategy with respect to vaccines. And then once again, you have this major rise and fall. And this rise and fall is actually a catastrophic rise, because this is the rise and fall where the government was taken in so much by surprise that even the rich and the elite and the middle class could not access oxygen in the capital city of Delhi. And there was very, very little infrastructure to serve anybody. I mean, in fact, this became like a classless society because everybody got COVID, and there is almost every family, including mine, where 1 or 2 people have died. So the point is that this suboptimality produced this rise. And then, of course, again, another fall. And then I'm not coming to the Omicron situation, because the Omicron situation has not been as devastating as this second scenario. So let me then say a few things about the vaccine situation. India could have played the market and won. India was in a position to serve the world. This is because India has capacity to serve as a vaccine manufacturer to the world. But India failed to do so because the state could not deploy its strengths properly. It is only after the second wave from April till September 2021 that the government realized, but did not own up its mistakes. Now, why do I say this? The Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, was launched with $750 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It depended on the Serum Institute of India in a big way. 65% of the world's children receive at least one vaccine from Serum. Anthony Fauci, the head of the United States National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, noted they have the capability of making vaccines for 6 planets. Seth Berkley, CEO of Gavi and epidemiologist, gave Cyrus Poonawalla the Vaccine Hero Award. Gavi and the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations urged the Oxford team to work with a big pharma company that could navigate regulatory bottlenecks. The strategy was to get AstraZeneca to prepare vaccines for high-income countries and the Serum Institute to manufacture for India and the developing world. Clinical trials showed that the adenovirus-based vaccine protects people, though not as effectively as the mRNA vaccine. SIE was to serve the neediest countries. The Gates Foundation provided $300 million to Gavi, which was directed to the Serum Institute manufactured Covishield project. The COVID-19 Vaccines Global Access Facility, COVAX, was also procuring vaccines for the poorest countries. It had also given the Serum Institute the clearance for manufacturing for poor countries. There are a number of reasons why the Serum Institute failed to deliver despite its reputation and support of CEPI and COVAX. The government decided not to support SII, but another company, Bharat Biotech. The Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research issued a letter saying that Bharat Biotech would be ready by August 15, 2020. Its co-vaccine was rolled out without adequate tests. The Prime Minister himself got a shot. India, in my opinion, made 3 mistakes. First, the Prime Minister underestimated the possibility of the second wave and India's need, despite former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's giving a terse warning to the contrary. The Health Minister, himself a medical doctor, had retorted rudely at that time. The government did not invest adequately in the domestic production of vaccines. In fact, Prime Minister Modi began proclaiming success in vaccine diplomacy without planning for the second wave, which had been predicted by the scientific community. The health minister began supporting an Ayurvedic drug called Coronal with no scientific justification. Coronal was inaugurated by the health minister despite the fact that the World Health Organization had not approved it. It was manufactured by an Ayurvedic self-styled yogi, Baba Ramdev, who was probably close to the establishment. Second, India could have embarked on a successful export drive with adequate preparation. This was not to be because the second killer corona wave suddenly found the country wanting for more vaccines. Third, rather than backing the firm most likely to produce the vaccine, India began to focus on the indigenous vaccine. Moreover, attempts could have been made to open up licensing of vaccines to other pharma companies as well. This route was not pursued. The result was that India could not only vaccinated itself, but also contributed more meaningfully to the global effort based on its competitive advantage. The governments engaging with vaccine diplomacy may well have succeeded, but not without proper understanding of science. The saga tells us why scientific knowledge is important for the state to solve its policy riddles. Now, so much is all that I'm going to talk about vaccines. How many minutes do I have, Tudor? Okay, I probably have about 5 minutes or...
Yes. Please go
5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me quickly summarize my view on the impact of the pandemic. I have argued in the paper in the Journal of Democracy that India is moving in the direction of what is called competitive authoritarianism, which does not mean that India has turned authoritarian. It just means that over time, the electoral process has elected leaders who make it more easy for incumbents to stay in power. But certainly, it's not like the story of democracy is over. As we know, in many Indian provinces, opposition parties have been winning elections. So what has happened in India is that state civil society relations have drifted towards Hindu nationalism. When I say drifted, it means that sometimes legal changes happen in a way that are not really legal. So they're really not legal changes. They are basically interpreting laws in a different way. At other times, real legal changes happen, which are very minor, and they promote a different idea of the constitution and the state. And finally, you can also have a situation when there is a major legal change. That we call displacement. I have argued in my writings that India is drifting, layering, and sometimes displacing its institutions in favor of and distant from the idea of secularism in a move towards an ethno-nationalist, Hindu-nationalist state. Pandemic is certainly not a cause, but it is a facilitator. So how is it a facilitator? Well, what is drift, for example? We know that the Indian Parliament, for example, has not been deliberating much of late. And this is something that has been facilitated by the pandemic. This has led to hasty legislations without consultation. Some of the modes of function of the Supreme Court, especially in the past on the internet mode, has also facilitated slowing down of caseload, which would have helped promote, otherwise have helped promote democratic propensities. There are certain aspects of fiscal federalism that especially arose as a result of how the GST revenues were to be shared and how the COVID costs were to be borne, which did not undergo the kind of consultation that is well known in India's economic history. These are all sort of drifting mechanisms. Nothing legal has changed. However, there have been legal changes like the Foreign Contributions Regulation Act of 2020, which makes it much more difficult for foreign-funded non-governmental organizations to perform if the state does not like you. Then there have been the farm bills. The farm bills were passed very hastily, and I can talk more about this in the Q&A. But as anyone who's following India knows, that it met with such an opposition from the farmers that the Prime Minister actually repealed the farm bills. But once again, there is resistance. The farm bills have been repealed, but many of the points that the farmers made in their interests have not yet been addressed. Then a fund was set up called PM Cares, in addition to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. And the manner in which this fund was launched hastily without consultation in the Parliament was certainly facilitated by post-COVID scenarios. And it is certainly a layered effort to move away from accountability. Things like the Unlawful Activity Prevention Amendment Bill, which makes it easier for you to arrest somebody, the Citizenship Amendment Act, which tries to make a distinction between Hindus and Muslims, are both pre-COVID phenomena. The electoral bonds, which have redounded to the advantage of the ruling party, is also a pre-COVID phenomenon. The abrogation of Article 370 in 2019, which is a very major change. It is almost a displacement of institutions because Jammu and Kashmir had a special status, and it was not only converted to a normal status, but the state was actually converted to 2 union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, which means that the geography comes more directly under the control of the central government. This does not mean that the story of India's democracy is dead, because the farmers' movement is historic. I think it is a historic movement in the last couple of decades anywhere in the world. Political parties in the opposition have been winning elections in Chhattisgarh, in Punjab, in Maharashtra, Delhi, and most recently in West Bengal. And now we are looking at elections in 3 states, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and in Uttarakhand, which are being fiercely contested. So I would summarize the last point by saying that the pandemic certainly did not produce the ethno-nationalist propensity, which has tried to curb some of the old democratic tradition inside of the state. but it certainly may have spurred some of those propensities. So with that, I think I will conclude and take a few questions, if there are any.
Thank you, Rahul. I don't see any questions either in Q&A or chat, but because this paper is so important, I think we need to, take up a few issues arising from this paper. Maybe.
Can I ask a question, Tudor?
Please.
This is Priyan. Yes. So so very interesting presentation, and also I suppose a challenging one in that sense. Now I think you live and work in Europe, right? Where I think democratic institutions are sort of longer and perhaps stronger. Have you seen a similar move towards authoritarianism as a result of COVID-19, even in a small way, in sort of, the older liberal democratic countries that you are probably close to in your everyday place of work? Yeah.
Sure. No, in fact, I think Germany has reasonably resisted, because as you know, the authoritarian propensities have also arisen in Germany, in Europe, and it is a worldwide phenomenon. But my view is that these propensities have been somewhat resisted much more successfully in Germany, probably because of its historical. I mean, no other country has experienced such hardship that comes from a narrow parochial view of ethnocratic governance than has Germany. And so we find, for example, that in Germany, the Social Democratic Party has come as an important party in coalition with the Green Party. Of course, there are right-wing, non-democratic, ethno-nationalist forces, but in fact, this time, even the Christian Democratic Union is not in power. And the other thing is that I have taught at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, which is under serious attack right now. I have also taught at the National University of Singapore, where promoting democratic values was not so important, although I would say that it was a liberal space. But in Germany, you could lose your job if you did anything that contravened with the idea of promoting democracy. So in fact, there are very few reasons why a professor in Germany can lose his job. And one of them happens to be undermining democratic values. So in that respect, I would say that Germany is not free of propensities, but given the propensities that have arisen all over the world, it is certainly one of the safer places. And certainly I feel freer here than probably I would feel in any other country in the world. I mean, I have experienced the United States. I have not taught in Britain, but I have lived in Asia and in India. That would be my response.
Thank you very much, Professor Rahul Mukherjee. I'm sure other people also have questions, but I'm afraid we don't have...
Professor Madluma has his hand raised. Why don't you let him ask? Professor Madluma. Professor Madluma?
Can you unmute and ask the question? Professor Madhum Bandar?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think we must congratulate for your very forthright statements with regard to centralized administration and its kind of pressure that it brings on democratic institutions and individuals. Have you any idea about the origins of the COVID? And there are two apparently streams of thought. One is it is natural, and the other one is man-made. In case it is man-made, what kind of political impacts it would have internationally?
Thank you, Professor Maduma. I have heard, I have done a little bit of freelance research on this subject, but I can't claim to be an authority on the subject. It seems to me that, I really cannot make, I cannot come down on one view. I mean, there is certainly evidence that this virus was being researched in a laboratory very close to the place where there was this market. From what I understand is that the same bat was being researched in Wuhan. It is abundantly clear to me that the Chinese state was aware of the presence of this virus before it became public. But I'm not so confident whether the Chinese did it purposely. I can't come to that extreme conversation. I'm a little unhappy, but this is not unusual in the Chinese situation, that they have not encouraged a lot of research onto the origins of the virus. But the point I'm trying to make in this presentation is that the virus is not at the root of this problem. The virus certainly can facilitate certain propensities in all the countries of South Asia, but at the root of the problem is an understanding that democracy and pluralism is something to be respected. It's like in any family, an husband can easily walk out of the wife's life because the wife is being very impatient, or the wife can walk out of a husband's life. It takes a lot of patience for a family to evolve in a democratic way where the man and the woman are both respected along with the children. Now, obviously, the situation becomes much more difficult when you have a majority community and a minority community. And what is important, I think, and what is the Indian tradition, both in terms of the certain kinds of practices in Christianity, in Islam, and in Hinduism, is the cosmopolitan idea that you are not saying, like the French, that we don't believe in religion. We are separate from religion. You are saying that we respect every religion. And India is not the kind of a nation state as is, let's say, France or Germany. It's far more diverse. So in that milieu, I think on the one hand, India could be a beacon light to show the world that diversity can live. Now, if that country with over 1 billion people, neighboring China, decides to move in another direction, then certainly I can't put all the blame on the virus. I have to put the blame on processes that are deeper. And from that perspective, I'm not so worried about, I am worried about the virus, and clearly the management of the virus shows that a more democratic approach, a more consultative approach by the Health Ministry, the Indian Council of Medical Research and others, had they been consulted, had there been better amenities for welfare for migrant labor, things would have been much better. I would worry more about these things than thinking more deeply about what is the extent to which China went to despoil the world. This would be my approach, because that is not something I can control. But what I can make an impact on is what I believe is good for the world, which is the ability of human beings to live with each other and respect each other for their diversity and their difference.
Okay, with that positive note, shall we go to the next keynote speaker? Thank you very much, Professor Rahul Mukherjee.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
And the second lead speaker for this session is Professor H.M. Gunathilaka. He's going to talk on the pandemic and the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Let me give a quick introduction about him. Professor Gunathilaka obtained his PhD in resource economics from University of Hawaii and served as professor and head Department of Agriculture Economics, University of Perodenia. Before joining ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, he has published more than 100 journal articles, 5 books, and about 25 ADB working papers on various subjects. including agriculture, natural resources, forestry, energy, and so on. Professor Gunathilaka served as the co-editor of Sri Lanka Journal of Agricultural Economics and the president of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economists Association. As a director, Environment and Safeguard Division in Sustainable Development and Climate Change in ADB, Professor Gunathilaka was responsible for environment and social safeguards of ADB projects in about 40 countries in Asia. He now serves as visiting professor at Peradeniya and Kelaniya universities, a distinguished fellow at the Institute of Policy Studies, and a capacity building expert and an economic advisor to ADB. It's over to Professor Gunathilaka, who is also one of my old and very good friends.
Thank you, Professor T. De Silva, for your kind words. And first of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. In fact, it was a great opportunity to talk about post-pandemic recovery of the economy in Sri Lanka. Actually, when I was approached by one of the organizers, the initial idea last year was to talk about how other countries handle the recovery. I mean, what kind of economic policies are adopted by the other countries in the region and the world to recover the economy after the pandemic. But then actually, even at that time, there was a growing economic crisis within the country, but that crisis deepened during last 2-3 months. So I had to change my presentation a little bit to make it more suitable for the existing situation in this country. So first I will talk about the impact of the pandemic on the global economy a bit very quickly, and then also go ahead with the original idea of discussing the recovery strategies adopted by the other countries. So let me share my presentation. I hope you all can see my presentation now. Okay, so the economy
you can try to make it full screen. There's a small like a wine glass. That's right.
I know. Okay. Okay, I think now it is in the slide mode. Okay. Without wasting a lot of time on this, everyone knows that the pandemic has affected the global economy in a very, very significant way. Globally, in 2021 alone, the global economy contracted by about 3.5% in 2020, which is about $2.96 trillion US. When you think about this $2.96 trillion, that means it is the lost income for many families all over the world. So the welfare implication follows with these things. Without going into a lot of details in this slide, I will go to the next slide. And then as in any crisis, the poor bear a bigger share. It was common for this pandemic also. The biggest job losses were in the informal sectors globally. About 1.6 billion people work in the informal sector. They were the hardest hit. And then the tourism, travel, those industries were the most significantly affected. And also, like the poor, when it comes to the unemployment, women lost more jobs than men all over the world. So as a result, ultimately, the government had to implement many different stimulation programs and poverty alleviation programs. As a final result, the budget deficit in the countries globally increased. It was on average about 5%, 6%, something like that, which will go up to about 10.2% because of this additional expenditure. Without many countries lost their tax income due to the close down of the economy, but their government expenditure increased tremendously due to the requirement of supporting the poor segments in the economy. Now, just to complete my talk, I also looked at the environment side. There were some positive impacts on the environment and also some negative impacts on the environment. But the most important thing, which I'm not going to describe in detail here about the environmental impact of the pandemic, but there's a new risk because many countries are facing economic hardships, and then whenever there is economic hardships, the countries try to go back to dirty industries, for example, to produce electricity using coal and so on and so forth. And then, as I said, that these bigger budget deficits will make it difficult to finance various environmental investment. In short, overall, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Agreement, which are two of the greatest achievements in terms of global environmental management, is at a new risk now. So we need to reset our mind to again, bring the environment back to the forefront to make sure that we implement the Paris Agreement and the SDGs as we planned before the pandemic. Now let me go to the most important section of my presentation. The post-pandemic recovery. Actually, the main objective of the post-pandemic recovery is to come back to the pre-pandemic level of growth, because pandemic disrupted lots of economic activities. So the immediate objective of the post-pandemic recovery is to bring those industries, bring those economic activities back, and also go back to the pre-pandemic level of growth and poverty reduction. Now, my search indicated to me that all over the world, particularly in developing countries, there were 5 main strategies to recover the economy and bring it back to the pre-pandemic level. First one is restoring the supply chains. As you know that during the pandemics, the supply chains were affected due to lockdowns, and then restarting these supply chains, and then allowing the international and intranational trade before the pandemic is one of the strategy. And also for certain countries, this restoring supply chains also let them restructure the supply chains by taking into account of the geopolitical changes and so on. So that possibility is also available for many countries. And then the second one, as everyone knows, to go back to the original or pre-pandemic level of growth, we need to increase the investments in economy. Part of that investment has to come from the public sector. And then in order to enable the private sector investment, some capital injections are needed to the commercial banks, because banks also had very, very tough time during the pandemic. There were so many defaults all over the world. So many banks the profits of many banks were reduced. They were also under a lot of stress. And then the other way, one is the foreign direct investment, attracting more foreign investment to the country to do the private-public partnership type projects. So these are the kind of common strategies followed by most of the developing countries to increase investments. And then also the third strategy is reducing certain costs. Businesses as well as households, both are kind of stressed out during the pandemic. Their savings were gone away. Businesses lost a lot of profits. They had to maintain their crew without the same level of production. So certain concessions are being thought of by many countries, like tax concessions for businesses and individuals, and also to give certain concessions using the government utility services like the electricity and water and other, utilities which are supplied by the government. The governments are contemplating to give some relief through, lower prices and so. So that is the third approach. And then innovation, encouraging innovation, which is actually a strategy that should follow, whether it is post-pandemic or not. That is a strategy every country should follow. The innovate follow innovative methods to do production and distribution, and then the government has a particular rule to do that as a convener and promoting these innovations, and also creating enabling environment for businesses to do the innovations. There were some market failures in terms of innovations. So, certain measures to be taken to correct these market failures. That is the fourth. And then the fifth is supporting workforce readiness. The labor markets were heavily affected. Many people lost jobs, and then also the pandemic changed the landscape of various, production, consumption activities, and then it may have created new opportunities also. So facilitating the upskilling and reskilling the labor force to suit more emerging opportunities in economies in post-pandemic. These are the basic 5 strategies followed by majority of the countries in the world. Even developed countries follow these kind of strategies to great extent. Now, while these are common strategies, these strategies are again reinforced through various structural strategies like promoting tourism, enhancing agro-processing, improve competitiveness of garment industry, and promoting digital trade, supporting medium, small, and micro, small, and medium enterprise sector, which has a great potential to contribute to economic growth in majority of the developing countries, and also enhancing productivity in all the sectors. So these are the sector-wise strategies followed by many countries. Now, these are common strategies, but some regions have formulated very region-specific. They have given a regional flavor to those strategies. Like, for example, Asia has its own strategy, formulated by the Asian Development Bank. Some of them are repetitive actions, but some of them are region-specific. Asian region is focusing more on intra-region trade. And also its role in climate change is reiterated in the Asian strategy. And also the Asian region has a specific issue of many investment coming in recent times to the private sector, which are not making adequate corporate profit. So that is a region-specific problem. So Asian region has to focus on those aspects, whereas in Latin American strategy, if you look at this slide, it is digitizing the economy. They have elaborated many activities to digitize the economy in Latin America. Perhaps that may be the most rewarding activity for that region. So this is the overall situation regarding economic recovery at a global scale. Now let us look at the Sri Lankan situation. Now, first thing we need to understand is this is economic growth in Sri Lanka, quarterly growth. The pandemic started in December 2019, but as you can see, even July, second, third quarters in 2019, our growth was like 1.3, 1.6. I think 29 overall growth may be 3% or between 2 and 3%. And then we experienced a negative growth in 2020. Economy recovered, specifically July 2021, we recovered a little bit, but that recovery actually was not able to bring the economy to very high growth path. It kind of bring it back to this 2 to 3% growth before the pandemic. Again, the lockdown in July, in latter part of 21, created a negative growth. In short, our economy has slowed down very significantly because it was growing at 8-9% after the war, and then it slowed down gradually. So before the pandemic, our economy showed signs of some very big economic stress. So then, during the pandemic, Sri Lanka went into a very deep economic crisis, and some tried to say that this crisis is due to pandemic. But as I said, explained in the previous graph, we were in a crisis even before that. In my own view, that pandemic advanced this pending crisis by maybe 4 or 5 years. Even otherwise, the pandemic, if pandemic had not come, we would face the today's situation maybe in another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So just very quickly, this is a very complex economic crisis with many factors contributed to this pandemic. So basically, our crisis is now characterized by 2 things. One is a shortage of foreign reserves. You know, in any country, there's an inflow of reserve currency, that is US dollar, and then outflow of reserve currency. In recent times, our outflow has been much bigger than inflow. Inflow comes from our exports, tourism income, remittance, foreign direct investment are the main sources. And on top of that, we get dollars when we borrow money from outside also. Then the outflow is basically imports and loan repayment. So we are in a situation, we have a shortage of, if you look at, I didn't put up a graph, but everyone knows our reserves were like $7 billion, $8 billion in 2017. It came down to about 1 billion by December. It was again augmented little bit to 3 billion. That augmentation is also not very transparent, whether it is a real augmentation or not. So we have this foreign reserve deficiency in the country now, and it is affecting each and every sector of the economy. Now, in response to this foreign reserve shortage, the government has implemented kind of a soft peg exchange rate policy, and import restrictions. But now this import restrictions and this pegging dollar at 200 rupees has added to the crisis. In fact, it has deepened the crisis, as I will explain with one example. Now, if you look at the one of the problems created by this kind of a fixed exchange rate is that it developed a parallel black market for dollar. Now, dollar can be sold, if you have dollars, at 250, 260 rupees a dollar, whereas from any commercial bank, you will get only 200 plus they give another $10, 10 rupees, 210, something like that. Now, this has created, I would call it a self-inflicted damage, because by this fixed exchange rate policy, we have discouraged our workers, Sri Lankans who are working in foreign countries, to send their remittance through the commercial banks. Now they have gone for some unofficial way of transferring the money back to Sri Lanka. So therefore, these dollars are now not coming to the economy. These are totally outside. You know, I think, I'm sure you must have heard about this Hawala kind of arrangement to transfer the money. So that actually kind of a self-inflicted, because we were getting $600 million a month, which would have sufficient for us to purchase our monthly petroleum products, petrol, diesel, and so on and so forth, milk powder, and some of the essential other items, including even fertilizer. But that 600 came down to 278 billion by December. So that is actually self-inflicted. Many economists, many experts who have very good knowledge about this problem ask the government to get away from this policy. But it is actually, the government is still very adamant and keeping that policy, which is actually very bad for the economy and very bad for the banks. Now, those customers who left these commercial banks in sending remittance, they may not come back even if we go back to the normal exchange rate policy of floating exchange rate policy today. It might take another 10 years for the banks to attract them. So that is only one small aspect of this crisis. And then, you know that on top of that, we are supposed to pay about $7 billion, which has to be paid in dollars of foreign debt. So we only have about, officially the central banks say about 3 billion. And I don't think we are in a position to pay this back. So now, since we are in this deep economic crisis, let me go back to these 5 strategies I described earlier. Whether we are in a position like other countries. Now, India can easily, go for those kind of strategies with the national flavor. It may have its own little bit of problems in here and there. They can adjust it and implement something similar to this. But can Sri Lanka implement this recovery strategy? Is the problem now we have to quickly look at. Restoring supply chain is possible to some extent, but it has been also affected by the dollar shortage. Now we are in a kind of hand-to-mouth economic management regime now. Every day the government decide, okay, today I will allow 40 million to import milk. Tomorrow I will allow 10 million to import steel. Tomorrow I allow 200 million to import petrol and diesel, depending on what kind of inflows are coming into the economy. So in a situation like this, restructuring supply chain is also not easy. If you really look at, certain small industry, like even sweet industry, needs some 1 or 2 inputs from abroad. If that input doesn't come, that industry collapse. So likewise, many industries are gradually collapsing. Even vehicle repair industry recently claimed that the spare part shortage is coming and their industry will be cement affect the construction industry. So likewise, restoring supply chains is possible only to some extent. You cannot do that. And then the public sector investment, we know that government already printed huge quantities of money, which has resulted in very high inflation. It doesn't have any more capacity to print money. So therefore, public investment is not possible. If you do public investment by printing money, there will be other repercussions. And then capital injections to bank is difficult because country is broke, government is insolvent. Now promoting foreign direct investment, Sri Lanka attracted very small amount of foreign direct investment throughout the history. Throughout the post-1977 history, we were not able to attract enough foreign direct investment because our economy had certain structural issues. Corruption is also one issue. There are other enabling environment deficiencies. So foreign investors were not coming to our country in a significant manner. And then now the image of the Sri Lankan economy right now is very negative, so that we cannot expect more foreign direct investment, which did not come during last 2-3 decades. And also, we mismanaged the economy very badly. Our capacity to reduce taxes are very low. As you know that there are a huge discussion about taxing the EPF, ETF, and so on, the profit earned on those savings. So those are indications that what we have is increasing tax possibility rather than reducing tax. And then providing concession on government services like utilities. All the utilities were mismanaged. We never thought about cost recovering tariff. For various political reasons, we try to keep the tariff low. We never try to seriously, regulate and reduce the cost. So the utilities like Ceylon Electricity Board cannot reduce the price. In fact, they have to increase the price because there's an accumulated loss of those agencies. So that strategy is out. Encouraging innovation is a possible thing, but now the country is in a kind of chaotic situation. People are in a very uncertain mindset today, whether there is a power cut, tomorrow whether there is explosion in my house, in my gas and all that. So this prevailing environment is not conducive for innovation and workforce readiness and so on. These are long-term strategies we can try, but the success of these activities will be limited. In short, the common strategies available for the other countries are not pragmatic for Sri Lanka. That is very unfortunate. Although we are talking about post-pandemic recovery, we have to first sort out our deep economic crisis. While in the middle of the crisis, post-pandemic specific strategies seems not pragmatic. Okay, now I have to talk about what we need to do the recovery. And actually, I mean, ideally, if I am talking about India or some other country, I would be talking more technically about whether we need to have what kind of a monetary policy, whether we should go for quantitative easing or inflation management kind of a policy regime, or what kind of a stimulus we should give to the economy, and what are the sectors that give the best reward for that kind of a stimulus. So those kind of strategies is one an economist should talk here, but unfortunately I cannot talk about that because we cannot, while in the big crisis, we have to first get out of the crisis. So therefore, from now on, what I talk, probably my tone might look like I'm talking as a politician, but since the politics has gone into economics in a big way, now we have to, talk about, when we talk about economics, there's a lot of politics in it too. So in short term,
can you wind up in 2-3 minutes? Is that possible? 2-3 minutes?
I have another 5 minutes because
okay.
I have a lot of things to say, but at least let me talk a little bit about, at least give me 3 minutes more. So we need to first solve our debt crisis, and then we have to, get the help of international agencies and somehow restructure our debt. And then that is the short term. We have to get out of this and take some breathing space for us to look at our economic problems. The long term, actually, we have to do so many things. I have listed those things, and I'm not going to describe them, but if anybody wants to discuss this during my question session, I'm happy to elaborate more. The first thing is that we have to demystify our economic philosophy. It looks like we all are in a confused status. Some people are talking about homegrown solutions. Some people are talking about self-sufficiency economy. But then, when you really think about that, we have to really declare what is our economic philosophy. I may be, as an economist, I think that we need to follow open market economics more systematically. If somebody disagree with me, we can debate about it. But that making it clear in our mind and the minds of the public, we need to, first thing is to be very clear and declare our economic policy, broader economic philosophy. And then that will follow a set of actions. Actually, these actions, I'm not going to describe in very detail because one thing I felt is that given this the economic crisis and its importance, everyone's livelihood depend on how this country's economies manage in next 3-4 months. I think we need to have a probably 2-day seminar on economic crisis and the strategies to come out of the economic crisis. But this was originally planned for some other purpose. Therefore, I don't have enough time to go through all these things. But, we have to at least, we have to make an effort to minimize corruption, improve law and order, and we have to think about better economic governance. In the post-independent period, mostly 1980s onward, there was one single shadow policymaker in the country. Entire country's economies, decisions are made by one person. So, but it is not the way to run an economy. Like you need to have economic commission, independent central bank, and all that, economic governance, we need to really restructure the economy, and we need a small and more efficient government. We need to make sure that the handouts we give in the economy are very well streamlined. And then it is the social safety net for the only poor and vulnerable, which is also within our limits. And then, as I said, the foreign direct investment is a very important thing for any country. We need to study why foreign direct investments are not coming to our country. I don't think we have sufficient knowledge on that. And then reform of the SOE sector, state-owned enterprise, is very important. If you look at 2019, 2020, and 2021, the losses in 3 state-owned enterprises like Electricity Board, Petroleum Corporation, and Sri Lankan Airline, if you divide it by the number of families, for these 3 years, it is like 240,000 rupees. That means every year, one family has to pay about 80,000 rupees as taxes to maintain these state-owned enterprises. We need to reform this sector. We need to privatize the suitable ones. The other ones we have to regulate properly. And then the tax reforms, we are collecting only indirect taxes. Our tax base is low. We need to, have a better taxation system and also transparent way of allocating tax money. Then more investment in health education, labor market reforms, electoral reforms. I think I'll spend 1 minute on that. Now, I said the corruption has been one of the biggest problems that brought to the economy this level. Now, one of the main source of corruption is also electoral expenditure, election campaign expenditure. So probably we can have this, instead of having elections one by one, having one election where people vote for president, parliament, and provincial council may reduce corruption to some extent, not fully. And then, you know, streamlined foreign debt. It is a sad situation. Most of the countries where I work, there is many countries even have a law to subject the foreign borrowing to a cost-benefit analysis when you do a project. We don't have a law for that. Even in practice, we don't completely ignore economics when we do projects. So that's another reason why we have borrowed so much money. They are not giving enough returns. Debt accumulate. There's no adequate revenue to repay. So likewise, there were so many things, and I am not going to elaborate all these things given the time limitation. In fact, this is a complete overhaul of the economy that I'm talking about. Now, my final 2 words is that, as I said, if anybody want to discuss any of the bullet points, every bullet point, you need at least 20-30 page document to, you know, show the rationale for these activities. So I'm just only listing them and pointing out to them. And then we also have a very big cultural barrier for a well-functioning market economy. Despite we were very proud about Parakram, Bahudutugamu, and so on and so forth, we have become a nation of liars and cheaters. One might wonder why an economist is talking about it, because when this happens extensively, that also destroys the markets. For example, when you buy an apartment in Colombo and when you pay advance, you are shown a model with certain quality of tiles and this and that, but after 2 or 3 years you go and get the apartment, you will see that it is totally different. So this is, then you lose the credibility about the market. Markets collapse because of that. It is not only at, you know, from the top level to bottom level. Even the people who are selling jackfruit dip the jackfruit in a Harpic solution and sell it. Then that market collapse. So this cultural barrier should also be overcome in the long run. Now, my final word is that these strategic directions I have put in bullet points are doable. Countries have done that. It's not an easy walk. It's not a piece of cake, but they are doable. But we have to do them if we really want to get out of this mess. But whether the current leadership, I mean, I'm not referring to political leadership alone, all the elite bureaucrats and those who are making decisions in this society, unfortunately, they are the beneficiaries of this deteriorating system, and whether they have the, you know, courage or even the incentive other than the growing pressure due to the economic crisis, whether they will do it is, I think, the biggest question ahead of us. So I'll stop here, and I'm more than happy to discuss with you any questions if you have.
Thank you, Professor Gunatilaka. I think it was a very down-to-earth kind of detailed analysis, which is very useful. It may sound negative, but I think you speak from the experience and also being a Sri Lankan citizen, how you feel about the economic situation. I only noticed one question in the Q&A, Professor Madhum Bandara.
Yeah.
I think you can raise it directly.
Is that so? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It is nice to see Professor Gunaratna after some time and talking about some very urgent and important issues. Although our central theme is COVID, COVID has added fuel to the fire. As you correctly said, the economy is in great danger. In fact, after I wrote the first part of my question, you have already answered, I think. that is an assessment of the present situation. But my main issue is, as an economist, how are you forecasting events, say, during the next 3 months? By some, you have very sophisticated analytical methods like the foresight analysis and so on. If you apply some of those, what do you really expect to happen? As I mentioned here, there are some parallels with Greece and also to some extent Turkey, being an internationally acquainted person. So how do you look at the situation? I agree with some of the things you said about the economic present situation.
Sorry, Tudor, can I also ask a question? He can answer both questions at the same time.
Sure.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example of a country that has overcome some of its cultural barriers on the road to economic progress? You can answer Professor Madhuma's one also, but because you have worked in many countries, is there any example of a country that has overcome its cultural barriers and achieved economic progress? Thank you.
Nice to see you, Professor Madhum Bandar. We knew each other, as you said, we were not able to meet for a long time.
Right.
But I think both questions are very, very tough questions and put me on the spot. The first part of the thing, how I predict the future, actually depends a lot on what the government is doing in the next 2-3 months. Now, during the pandemic time, when the crisis came into the picture, government took a certain path, like controlling the economy, like exchange rate and imports and so on. Then government took certain control regime kind of approach, actually, which is falling apart. As I said, as a direct result of that policy, remittance reduced substantially. And then I think the government also anticipated that when the pandemic is over, things will be like come to normal. We'll get enough dollars, we will get tourists, we'll get enough dollars and so on. So we will come out of this crisis. I think the government is in a sharp learning curve. The government did not release the remittance came to the country in January so far. I am sure that must have gone down from 270 even further down. So the first thing is that government was very reluctant to accept there was a crisis. Government is trying to portray that we are fine and this is a temporary thing, pandemic caused this and so. First thing is that we have to separate the impact of pandemic and the long-term structural issues in the economy. We had the long-term structural issues. If you really think about all our expectation, when we finished the war, we thought that the heaviest barrier in our country, war, then the foreign direct investments will come, tourism will improve, fisheries will improve, so that Sri Lanka will go to high growth path. It only happened for 1 or 2 years, and then we came back, growth started to retard. And as I said, by 2019, growth was very low. So this phenomenon shows that there is some fundamental problem in our life. There's no enabling business environment. And then we also failed over time to expand our industrial sector sufficiently to augment our exports. So that is another root cause behind our, reserve currency problem. Now, even if today the government, many economists say that it is too late to go to IMF, but we have to go to IMF. There's no other way. Because even 2008, we got 2.8 billion from IMF. Because if you really look at the reserve, at that time, reserve started to fall in 2007, then IMF came with the package and our reserves went up to 2014, our reserve increased. So then IMF will also look at these structural problems, and they will prescribe certain policy responses. And when we follow it, I think that will also allow us to get the assistance, more assistance from World Bank and ADB and our bilateral donors to pay this huge debt. We can restructure them, we can delay the payments, but we need some relief on that side. So my prediction is that it all depends on how the government is reacting to the emerging situation in the next 2 to 3 months. The government put a genuine effort, we can come out of this crisis. It might take time, but if we delay it further and further, there is some possibility of complete collapse of the system, like that happened in Greece, as Professor Madhum said. So in Greece, actually, finally everything collapsed, and economy had to go through a very, very painful period in Greece. In fact, people became, Greece used to be a developed country, and people became so poor. Some elderly people had to go and do some illegal logging to keep their houses warm. I personally met a doctor who was working as a restaurant worker. He had a private hospital. So there was a time in Greece, every citizen got certain $20 or something per week or so. So that is the danger that we are facing immediately. But to change that path, we need to get some international support, restructure debt, and then that will give us some breathing space. And then we seriously look at what did we do wrong in our economic management in the post-independent history. If you look at that very honestly, you will say that we maintain a huge budget deficit throughout the history. So in essence, we spend more than what we earn. And then we also have a current account deficiency. That means our imports were greater than our exports. So by and large, we lived beyond our means. When you do that, you develop a certain consumption level, and then economy will force you to adjust this consumption level. So we all have to go through a painful period. But sooner we go through the pain, better, because pain will become magnified by delaying this. I think that much I can tell, because this is a very complex thing. Prediction is extremely difficult, but this is what I can say to Professor Madhum Bandara's question. But the other one,
Professor Gunathilaka, we have run out of time for this session. Can you give a very quick response to Professor Pradhan?
Yes. I think if you look at Singapore used to be a very corrupt place before at the time Lee Kuan Yew came to power. If you look at the Singapore's cultural transformation, that gives that, it is possible to transform the culture from corrupt, cheating, lying system to a more honest, more straight, decent citizenry in a country.
But unfortunately,
with that I will stop.
Yeah, maybe with a bit
Thank you very much, Professor Gunathilaka. That brings us to the end of this particular session. We are expected to get a short break, but I don't think we have time for this.
Yeah. So can I just say? Can I just say we will have a break, but maybe for 10 minutes, right? Because in the next two sessions,
5 minutes.
there are one or two presenters. Yeah, there are one or two presenters who are not presenting in the next two sessions. So shall we say that we will come back at 5:30, because I think people may need to have a break from, even to use the toilet or something like that, have a cup of tea, right? So that will give us 10 minutes, a break of 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
And after we come back, I think Professor Pradhan will take it over, right? From next session.
Yeah, I'll share it after that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't go away. We have some good presentations later on as well.
Okay.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have two short sessions now, session 3 and session 4. There are 3 speakers in session 3 and 2 speakers in session 4 because some of the scheduled speakers have have dropped out, sort of. So what I will do is, after the first 3 presentations, which have in fact been pre-recorded, these are short pre-recorded presentations. After the first 3, I will open up for questions. And once again, you can ask your questions either in Q&A or in chat, because panelists are unable to ask questions in the Q&A. So after the first 3, I will take some questions, and then after the next 2 also, I will take some questions. Presentation is titled Household Response to COVID-19 in Fragile Regions, Evidence from Kashmir, and it will be presented by Mehak Majid. So the presentation will come up now.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Mehak from Indian Statistical Institute, India. And today I'm going to present the work of myself along with 2 of my co-authors, Dr. Syed Uwais and Dr. Javed. So I'll try to be as brief as possible in the explanation of the research work that we have conducted. So the topic of the present presentation and research is the indifference of households towards COVID-19 shock. And it's the specific case of the fragile region of Kashmir. So for those of you who do not know, Jammu and Kashmir currently is a part of the Indian subcontinent. It's like, I'll come to this. So for generality of the understanding, it's about the Jammu and Kashmir part, which is again a part of India. So India as a country is the 2nd largest populous country of the world. The people living in this part of the world is just next to China. So it means that poverty is more in this country. It's still developing. People are living in crumbled spaces together, and that maintenance of social distance in general has been a challenge, obviously, since the beginning of the pandemic. And as such, all the recurrent waves that took place across the whole India were a bit challenging and dramatic at the same time for the governments and for the people to take care of. And of course, we know that the health spending of India as a nation is very low currently. The healthcare system is very weak. And especially it came to the forefront, no matter what was said by policymakers and practitioners, it came to the forefront that the healthcare system in India was totally weak and it was not ready to face a global pandemic of this sort. People are poor, so it means obviously they do not have access to cleanliness, a lot of it. They do not have access to spacious places where a person could live in isolation in a single room, because in a number of instances, what happens across India is the fact that people, families, groups of people, a lot of them tend to live in one crumbled room, a little space where they try to, sort of live together. And if one person gets infected, there is a whole lot of chance that all of them would be infected slowly and steadily over a period of time, and that the whole household would be part of the COVID thing, and the health of everybody is going to be compromised. People are going to stay back. Nobody is going to work. And again, we know that a lot of people in India, and of course in Jammu and Kashmir also, are daily wagers, right? They work the day, they eat in the evening, and next day, if they are not getting work, it means they may not be able to meet their 2 ends directly. So of course, there is backwardness and unawareness among people, though now the mobile phones and internet and geo thing in India, it has dramatically radicalized the use of internet and information technology, but still there are a lot of people who are below the poverty line and who essentially do not have access to things like this. Now, another important thing I want to explain here is the fragility, right? Fragility refers to a situation where, range of failing and failed things happen when a state simply, because I have a time constraint, fragility refers to a situation where the governments are not powerful enough to maintain peace and security, law and order in a region, and as such, a lot of things are out of control, and this lets the government suffer, this lets the people suffer, and the chaos and confusion is created, and the goals of democracy are not attained. Now, fragility in Kashmir, right? This is a broad picture of the whole thing. The fragility in Jammu and Kashmir is seen over the time. It has been seen in a number of instances. In 1947, there was a war, another war, and then the intensity of the conflict went from high to low, as is shown in the map. Altogether, the region of Jammu and Kashmir has been characterized a low intensity conflict over the period of time. And when you are faced with conflict-like situation, what happens is that a resilience develops among you. And resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and toughnesses. So if your people have seen wars, if the people have seen civil conflicts, if the people have seen natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, and a lot of other things in between, a sort of resilience is going to develop among you where, as a group of population, you try to cope up better with the situation than any other population that has seen a usual peaceful trajectory of life all throughout. The hypothesis tested for the current study is like this. So it says people living in the perpetual, fragile, and conflict-affected areas develop resilience and are immune to uncertain shocks of various types. And this hypothesis we are testing for the region of Kashmir Valley, which I just explained is a low-intensity conflict region, and the conflict dates back to 1947 and even before, but the modern part of it dates back to 1947. So it means that it is a persistent low-intensity conflict going on for a longer period of time. The data and methodology for the current analysis is very simple. So we took an online household level survey of the population of Jammu and Kashmir. The sample is scattered across the whole Kashmir Valley. All the urban and rural regions have been incorporated, and after sorting out the data and other things, we came up with a sample of 100 households for the final analysis. The major finding of the study goes like this. Over time, people have developed coping strategies that make them less prone to havoc and stress caused by uncertainty. So, the perpetuance and the continuity of the conflict, low, high, medium intensity over the longer period of time has actually developed the resilience among people is the major finding of the study. And we found out this by a number of questions, by a set of questions that we asked the respondents and by their respective answers. So the general thing you see is that 88% of the people in the region have the realization that they live in a fragile zone, there is uncertainty, and that conflict is a normal part of their lives. Like I am a person who has been born and raised in conflict. I have completed my tertiary education in conflict, and now I intend to live there for the rest of my life. It means I have the realization that it's a conflict affected region, it's a fragile zone, and that an element of uncertainty, stochasticity is associated with my life, and I am resilient enough to go forward with my life. This because we, the people of South Asia say that like it's the fate, we cannot help it. We have to live with this thing, or there is no other way for us. Okay, so 98% people in Kashmir prefer to live in their own houses. This is one of the fundamental ways of dealing uncertainty, living in a fragile zone. How you invest in real estate, you know if there is a problem sometime in future, you are going to deal it by selling your real estate. Another thing, you know that for months there might be strikes and conflict-related incidences, and that you may not be able to pay rent. So what happens is you try to have your, even if it's a one room, though it's not the case in Kashmir people generally have these big 3-story houses. But generally speaking, 98% people in Kashmir have their own houses. They tend to live in their own houses because the uncertainty has forced them to adopt a lifestyle like this over time. These are the type of impacts we asked the respondents, and we see that most of them say that yes, conflict has affected them. It has affected their household psychologically, economically, health-wise, obviously on the sociological parameters. Political element is already there, and the developmental impacts, like my other related research shows that the developmental failure in the region is one of the most prominent negative externality coming out from the fragility and conflict in the region. Due to time constraint, I might make haste on this, otherwise I can go on for this. So any one of you who is interested in the details can email to me, and I can share the paper and other related work. So you can even visit my Google Scholar, Mehek Majid, where all my research work is presented. All right. So the progress and development resilience. So the households that consider themselves resilient are 89.4, which is around 90% of the households in Jammu and Kashmir, tested or asked about certain parameters, say that yes, they are resilient, yes, they have been facing challenges and uncertainties over time, and that they are equally ready to face any uncertainty or challenge in the future course of time. 73% of the household in Kashmir at a local level give help, receive help. So the community spirit of people living in Kashmir has developed by leaps and bounds over time, and people are always ready to take help and give help because they have, I'll come to this, they have a sort of disbelief on the government. It's around the world, but it's more in fragile zones, and same is the case in Kashmir. People have disbelief on such things, and as is what happens, they give and receive help from one another, they rely on one another, and that is one another way of reducing the uncertain element in their life and increased resilience shown by the people. And 97% of the Kashmiris believe in community support, and this is the thing, people that has actually helped people in Kashmir to do business over time, to do higher educations, to excel in every field of life despite the existence of uncertainty, fragility, and conflict in the region. So this is a COVID-19 infection since 2020. I haven't updated it after the half of 2021 June ke baad, I haven't updated it, but for the sake of understanding, because now people don't take it seriously. Then it was a serious issue, and we see that 66% of the people were the ones whose any member of the household was affected by COVID, and the level of worry at that time was 78%, because we know, there was those variants and people were really worried about the virus and things, so it was a problem of worry. 94% of the households heard rumors against vaccination. So one thing in particular about Kashmir is that the plebiscite thing and all other incidents over time have made the people realize that you cannot trust the government. The trust in government deficit in the region of Jammu and Kashmir in general, in particular, is very bad, and even in India, it's not good, or in the whole developing world. But specifically talking about Kashmir, people do not, as such, show tendencies of trusting the government, and as such, people were not even able to trust the vaccination process. So most of them were trying not to get vaccinated. Here you see that most of the people didn't get vaccinated at all because they have a sort of distrust with the government. They do not trust these policies or any sort of certain vaccinations or things like that. This slide is about the income change. So we see that the income change in Kashmir obviously has been there because of COVID. Income has decreased, but it is much less compared to the rest of the India or rest of the world, because other parts have seen peace and stability over time. Kashmir has been fluctuating in uncertainties and things, so people have a backup plan. You will find grains in their households, you will find savings, all sort of savings, you will find kitchen gardens, you will find the staple food for at least a year or two in their households. So they have been good on that front. That's what the study shows. These are the trust and uncertainty parameters. We see that people show a high level of trust on the household members. People show a high level of trust in the community, but they show a very low level of trust on the local government and on the central government. There is a total trust deficit, and it's again a main feature of fragility. So there exists trust deficit in the region. Okay, now coming to the main coping strategies that households have shown as per our study. They safeguard food and shelter. Like I say, people own their real estates, they live in their houses, no rent problem. They store their staple, they have strategies, it doesn't rot or something. They store staple foods for a year or two. They save, they invest in things like real estate and gold and all other liquidity kind of assets. They, of course, grow their own food, and they focus on getting a government job. This is a very peculiar feature of the people in Kashmir. They tend to go for higher studies. They tend to go for tertiary studies. They either prefer a government job or they would prefer an MNC job outside Kashmir, because they know that a fragility shock might come and the household may face a situation like starvation. As such, they do all these coping strategies in order to safeguard their households. These are the consumption patterns of the people that have evolved over time. You see that because of COVID, the change in consumption in household is very little. They don't care a lot about this. They keep cash handy because in time of any fragility or uncertainty shock, in times of curfew or lockdowns, you need to keep cash handy so that you can go and get your daily utilities. And see, 81% of the households have food grains, the staple food rice stored for the next year in their households. So this is the paradox about the Kashmir Valley, which the study finds, and it's the main highlight of the study. It's a paradox. 69% people living in the Kashmir Valley surveyed by our study show that the people in Kashmir say that the COVID-19 lockdown is much easier for them to handle, because we know that the lockdown was initiated in like 2020, and the August 2019 crisis of Kashmir was such that Kashmir was put under a blanket curfew for around 4 to 5 months. That time, people faced much hardships, but when COVID lockdown came, things were much easy. So this is a paradox. The fragility shocks have trained the people in resilience parameters so much so that the people living in the valley say that COVID-19 lockdown and this shock was much more easier for Kashmiri households to handle than the August 19 or shocks before that. So 82% of the households on the study acknowledge that they have evolved because of recurring shocks and that they are pretty resilient. So the study concludes that the hypothesis that we tested stands to be true. People in the region of Kashmir have actually developed resilience over time. And if the same hypothesis using the same questionnaire is the study is done in any fragile region of the world, be it in Africa, be it in even pockets of America or the developed world or anywhere or even our subcontinent, the results are going to be more or less same, because a number of studies before our study and after our study do show that recurring conflict and fragility shocks of all sides, be it man-made conflict, natural disaster, a combination of both, anything on the fragility side, if it's occurring, it's reoccurring, there is this human tendency to face the challenges, survival of the fittest and things like that. And as such, what happens? People tend to develop resilience, and as such, they have a tendency to cope up with any next uncertainty shock better. Thank you so much. I hope I was able to present my point well, and because of time constraint, I couldn't do more. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Very interesting hypothesis. I have done some work on structural engineering resilience myself, but let's see whether people ask you questions after the next two presentations. So the next presentation is titled Examination of the Impact of COVID-19 on All Share Price Index, Evidence from Sri Lanka. So this is a paper from Sri Lanka. It's going to be presented by Panuja Eleanathan.
Examination of the impact of COVID-19 on all share price index, evidence from Sri Lanka. I am Ms. Panuja Eleanathan. With me, Kalainathan is here. The share market of Sri Lanka has become one of the most uplifting aspects in Sri Lankan economy after the civil war. The sustainability of the economy is partly depending on the wider investment opportunities available in the share market. The COVID-19 has numerous implications in the share market. In Sri Lanka also, there was a drastic decline where the market value lost in few weeks after COVID-19 and disclosed a negative economic growth. The investment in share is one of the major paths in investment that yield a significant return to the investors, and it is also a source of finance for the capital requirement for the firms. At the moment of share prices, it depends on various factors such as internal or firm specific factors like earning per share, dividend, book values, and the external factors such as interest rate, GDP, inflation, government regulations, and foreign exchange rate. And the share price is used as a benchmark to measure the performance of the firms, and its variation is an indicator of the economic health, or otherwise the firm need to be aware of the factors that could be adversely affect the share price. Sri Lankan financial economists, policymakers and investors have unclear idea about long-term exact pattern of the share price after COVID-19 pandemic. There was a few researchers analysis the short-term changes in the share price immediately after COVID-19 pandemic. However, the limited number of studies focus on the long-term changes in the share price. So the objective of the study is to examine the impact of COVID-19 on share price in long term in order to identify COVID-relevant factors that are going to impact on share price with a special reference to Colombo Stock Exchange. So especially this study attempts to COVID-19 relevant variables such as age of the COVID-19, number of COVID cases, and number of vaccinated population, in addition to the researched variables such as interest rate, exchange rate, and GDP. Different studies found different results regarding the share price after COVID-19 pandemic. One study from India analysis indicate that the COVID-19 in India made an adverse impact in automobile share market during this COVID-19 period. And the another study found that the capital market does not act directly to government announcement about positive COVID-19 patients. And another study found the relationship between the stock market returns and oil price returns after this COVID-19 period, and they found that the oil prices in decreases act as a negative signal for the stock market. At present, Colombo Stock Exchange is primarily controlled by the All Share Price Index, and the All Share Price Index monitor all the listed companies' share price movements. Therefore, the study selected All Share Price Index as an independent variable, and the study related with secondary data collection. In this research, the researcher collect data from the Colombo Stock Exchange reports and the Sri Lankan Health Department reports. Data of the study relies over the period of 2020 to 21 monthly wise data, and the independent variables are the age of COVID-19, number of COVID cases, and number of vaccinated population, and the dependent variable is share price, that's measured through All Share Price Index. And here the controlling variables are the interest rate, exchange rate, and gross dollar. Stepwise forward regression model for the analysis. Here x1 to x6 are my independent variable and controlling variable. As per the study, x2 number of COVID cases has a highest R value, which explains large percentage of total variation, that is 84%, while lesser than 0.05 F value and T values. Therefore, the model 2, that is number of COVID cases, selected as a most significant variable to impact on All Share Price Index, and keeping variable x2 in the model to add another variable to identify other significant variables. In the second table, in addition to the previous model, age of the COVID adds highest R value, which explains large percentage to the total variation, that is 89%, while lesser than 0.05 F and T values. Therefore, the model 1 selected as the most significant variables to impact on All Share Price Index, and keeping variable x2 and x1 in the model to add another variable to identify another significant variables. In table 3, in addition to the previous selected independent variables, no any new variables add significant value to the model. Therefore, the model 2 in the second table is selected as a fixed model to focus the share price in long term. As per the selected variables through forward regression model, the equation y, which is All Share Price Index, is equal to the 4679.14, that is a constant value, plus 130 plus 71 x1. x1 is here the age of COVID, and the 0.005 x2. x2 here is number of COVID cases developed to forecast the long-term share price in Sri Lanka. The paper presented a predictive model to forecast long-term stock price based on forward regression model, and the proposed model is suggested to consider number of COVID cases and age of COVID-19 to measure the share price in long term after COVID-19 pandemic. The main contribution of my paper is to apply the new model to focus share price by investors to make an effective decision. In addition to the investors, study will support policymakers, investment analysis, and fund managers regarding future share market activities. It provides an economic scholar with exact information on the application of methodology in order to researchers examine the impact of COVID-19 on stock price in long term. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Once again, we will take questions after the next presentation. So the third and final presentation in this short session is titled Assessing the Impacts of COVID-19 Pandemic on Poor in Fragile Economies and Empirical Evidence from Afghanistan. So this is also a fragile economy like the previous one from Kashmir. And it so happens we have one paper from India, Kashmir, another from Sri Lanka, and the third one from Afghanistan. It will be presented by Mohammad Hakim Haider. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Hello, everybody. My topic is assessing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on poor and fragile economies. An empirical example from Afghanistan. Basically, the COVID-19 virus, which has come as a great shock to human existence, underscore society's reliance on economics, both at national and international level, while addressing structural inequalities and all affairs of lives, from health to economics and from security to social protection. From late 2019 till the startup of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has overshadowed the economics outlook in a way that no one could have predicted, and the situation may only get worse if world community do not act quickly and make particular decisions. The situation on this account is particularly worse in Afghanistan. The actual COVID-19 pandemic situation during the past 2 years dealt serious setback to its social, cultural, economic, and health institution. A universal epidemic manifests itself in different ways and various countries, as it has become quite clear that the adoption of a set of universally standardized interferences can have drastic consequences for poor people in slum area. Afghanistan is an example of the multiple strikes that most of the economies have endured due to COVID-19 pandemic, and for the slowness of the internal diseases and efforts to curb its outbreak, a drastic decline occurred in flow of remittances and export, which resulted in a high level of poverty. Since October 2020, the impact of the COVID-19 spread has been vigorous, with 7,432 deaths and 162,750 of confirmed infections, many of which are not serious but may have lasting health effects. Most of research on the topic of COVID-19 on the country has shown that the disease has increased poverty and inequality in society and can be referred to as the disease of poverty and inequality. The imposition of certain limitations, such as the university and school shutdown, international travel restrictions, and other interferences have affected employment, trade, production, and distribution around the globe. The Afghan government's low level of capacity and negligible social healthcare facilities have prevented Afghanistan's capability to control the COVID-19 pandemic with just 50% of the people fully vaccinated. However, the efforts of pandemic on Afghan poor segment has been a chain reaction, impacts throughout the country, as 44.5% of the population were below the poverty line before the prevalence of COVID-19 in December 2019, so that the poverty situations became more deteriorated with the swift spread of the COVID-19, and it further pushed the people below the poverty line. Food insecurity is part of a chain reaction as COVID-19 continues to surge throughout the country. Poverty and food insecurity levels gone up as more people lost their jobs and fall into unemployment. This scenario makes people unable to buy enough quantity of food because of the price rise. As per the information released by the SIGAR in 2020, both COVID-19 virus and rising urban poverty has left 16.9 million Afghans in crisis and emergency levels of food insecurity, out of which 5.5 million are malnutrition, which has severe affected their health. The rise and effects of COVID-19 on poverty and food insecurity in Afghanistan is partly due to the early closure of the border. In March 2020, Pakistan, as a major source of imports and exports, closed its border to Afghanistan traders to prevent the spread of the coronavirus pandemic, leading to food shortages and price rise in the country, as a result of which nearly half of the children under the age of 5 years experienced acute malnutrition in Afghanistan. A citizen of Kabul said in an interview, "It was a pleasure for me that government announced the first lockdown. I thought it was a holiday and I would make up for the shortfall by doing business after the official holiday. But lockdown has extended now. In this period of lockdown, no family member was allowed to go outdoor for work, and our food storage has finished now. The prompt effect on those workers who has job in informal institution was that they were lost their jobs, as one of slum residents in Kabul told, that with closure of handicraft manufacturing meant that those who were already worked, they were not paid." One significant issue obtained from the entire of our interview was that whether adopting lockdown by some law enforcement officials to prevent the rise of the coronavirus caused any violence. In this regard, a vendor in Kabul explained, "If I stand on the roadside, I just report to the police. The police comes and beat us." Another person from the same place said that, "I recently opened my shop, but police disturb me a lot and takes 2 to 3 times daily money from me and tell me to stop selling and close your shop." A total of 50 people interviewed shared their experiences about the worst condition of COVID-19 pandemic and how the lockdown was implemented badly by the police in the first phase of COVID-19 in the month of April and May 2020. No money at the most basic level means no food. Participants in our dataset emphasize that having no income means that people have to change what and how much they eat. We can simply conclude that the effect of COVID-19 pandemic reaction has been forecastable for slum residents of Kabul city. Loss of job opportunity has affected people's capability to buy their basic needed, such as food and medicine. Journey limitation have affected availability of fresh food, and tough implementations of lockdown rule has had a significant cost for many people, especially for the poor and marginalized section of the Afghan society. It is estimated that there are currently more than 20 million people living in poverty, including those driving into extreme poverty by COVID-19, of which 18.5 million are at high economic risk. For this background and part of the response to the global epidemic, we call for increasing the word response and special political undertaking to raise funds to boost urgent humanitarian response capacity and safeguard national governments and supporting their citizens. 2. Convincing the households that they have an alternative of feeding their children to hamper malnutrition and maintain their health condition. Money and credit contribution to urban poor that have no other means of subsistence should be a priority. In Afghanistan, money delivery furnish a viable selection as food supply and basic necessities markets are as yet active. Third, considering the effect of the pandemic response on the extreme poor and marginalized section, community and public authorities need to know the scale of the matter, convincing that it prepares secure, sober, honorable, and explicit assistance where it is needed. The law implementation as an obligation to protect the poor and marginalized people and help them to get access to any national and international assistance. Fourth, in addition to the quick response, ensure a glance on boosting activities to alleviate sustainable means of living as part of economic recovery. Now there is an opportunity to protect vulnerable segments to make new skills and business and subsistence. Fifth, there are many sporadic international aid programs in Afghanistan. So the COVID-19 pandemic has the requirement to establish a reliable and protective public support system as soon as income resources affected due to COVID-19 pandemic. Government's program should save families from applying negative coping strategies and the risk of poverty. Thank you so much for your nice attention.
Right. Thank you very much. So now we have time for some questions. Actually, I was just wondering that the first presentation talked about a positive effect of fragility in a community, but the third presentation talked about a negative impact of a community being fragile. But you can think about that. But I will take a question from Professor Navira Karunavira for the first speaker. And the question is, what is your view on the influence of acute challenges versus chronic challenges with respect to developing resilience? So Dr. Mehak Majid, right? Can you see whether you can tackle that question?
Sir, can you please repeat the question for me?
Now the question is, I mean, you talked about different challenges faced by people in Kashmir, right? Okay.
Right.
So those challenges can be chronic, meaning they keep happening all the time and they are there for a long time. Acute means, you know, you have a very sharp challenge, you know, maybe at different times. So which one is better able to develop resilience? And if I have not asked the question correctly, Professor Karunavira can also intervene. Yes, Navira can intervene. But is it okay?
Well, I'm totally not able to understand the question properly.
Okay, Nadira, can you?
Can I try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah. I just want to know your view on the influence of, sudden influence of a challenge. When what you mentioned, sudden imposing of a curfew or something like that, versus a chronic, that means a gradual increase of the challenge. How does it affect the development of human resilience? Is one better than the other? What is your view?
Okay, so I think what you're trying to ask is that the conflict-related challenge is a gradual challenge. It has been there coming over the course of time, slowly and steadily, and that the pandemic-related challenge was a very sudden challenge. So
That's
if
right.
I understood it right. See, the thing is, resilience is not a short-term phenomena. It's a long-term phenomena. humans have the general ability to, face the challenges. How have humans evolved over time? Humans have evolved by this very instinct of living, survival of the fittest and things like that. So when people under the case study, which here are the people of Jammu and Kashmir, right? When these people first of all faced a chronic challenge, which was the first conflict shock. So the first conflict shock basically was not different from any pandemic shock. Why? Because the 1947 conflict shock came suddenly. All of a sudden, people were not expecting it. They were rather expecting a very peaceful outcome of the thing. So the first conflict shock that came, it in itself was a very radical and dramatic shock. And then a number of recurring shocks came, like the 3 wars that happened. People were not expecting the war to actually take place. So conflict that I explained is a trajectory over time. It looks smooth, but it's not smooth. Every new conflict shock comes as a peak. So basically, the two shocks are very similar. People do not expect it. Though the uncertainty is there, people do not expect it. And therefore, the two shocks become comparable over the period of time. Did I make my point?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Right. Can I ask the third speaker maybe to respond to what Dr. Majid has said? Because now, in her experience, communities that are fragile have developed coping mechanisms, that help them to face this pandemic better. But it seems like, the slum dwellers in Kabul, that they were overwhelmed by the COVID-19. Do you think that the experience in Kabul is different to that in Kashmir?
I have a quick observation to make here.
Okay.
Sorry. We all must know that there have been some radical reforms that took place around 1947 in Jammu and Kashmir, where land was redistributed, and some number of radical educational and other changes were made by the then government. So as such, like in comparison to Kabul, I'm saying, there is no slum in Jammu and Kashmir. So the two studies might not be directly comparable. Every person in Kashmir, like I explained, has a roof over his head, has some real estate. So we have to be very cautious about this kind of comparison, because we are comparing a non-slum area with a predominantly slum kind of
area. Right. Okay, that's a good answer. Yes. But Dr. Haider, would you like to comment as well? Are you there? Dr. Mohammed Hakim Haider? Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. I'm just asking you to compare the experience in Kabul with the one that was described for Kashmir. Yes. Go ahead. I think you are muted. We cannot hear you. Are you trying to speak?
Yeah, he's fine.
We cannot hear you. Have you muted yourself? Why can't we hear him? Right. Yeah. Okay, can I move back to the first speaker then? Just a question I had about, a very fragile community and its response to, this COVID pandemic. I mean, when doing this kind of work, I mean, would it have been relevant to look at a very stable community and try to see whether, their response to the pandemic was similar or better or worse or whatever, say maybe from, I don't know, Kerala or Tamil Nadu or something like that? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. The time we conducted this study, simultaneously, a number of studies were actually been carried out in different parts of India. You know, for everybody present in the conference, I would like to explain that India is geographically, ethnically, religiously, on every parameter is a very diverse and a very rich country. Basically, every region is pretty different from other regions. So suppose if we compare Kashmir and Kerala, lying on the two extreme ends, they are totally different. So experiences from metropolitan cities like Bangalore, Chennai and other such places show that people couldn't sustain even their daily livelihood. There was a problem of migrants. You know, all the people from rural India had come to stay in urban India for work. And once the whole pandemic lockdown came in place, they could not afford the meal in the evening. And that's why they were trying to rush back to the villages. And that created a secondary challenge. People were in bulks moving in buses, and there the chance of getting the pandemic, increasing the virus and things actually increased. So the outcome and responses in peaceful regions, at least speaking for India, were totally different. People were in a much big panic than as compared to fragile region of Kashmir, where people are used to it. So yeah.
Right. Okay, but yeah, we don't have much time. But anyway, this is an interesting study, because now you are at the same time, you are saying that Kashmir is a fragile region and therefore it has developed certain resilience. But at the same time, it's a non-urban region, and therefore it is resilient for that reason in the face of a pandemic like COVID, I think. Yeah. So maybe, is there anybody else who wants to say something on this?
Yes, sir. Well,
may I come in?
Just a minute, Dr. Majid. Let's hear Professor Madhum Bandar also.
Priyan?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I had a question from the second speaker.
Okay, we'll move to the second speaker then. Okay, sorry, in the interest of time, we can't have a very long discussion. Okay, let's move to the second speaker then. Yeah, okay.
The second speaker, I think, has provided a model that can predict the share market situations in the future. So my question is, although we are not fragile, under very uncertain economic conditions, how can you predict such things, and what are your assumptions?
Yes, can I add to that question? Yeah, can I add to that question? So the question is, you have taken variables like age of COVID. I'm not sure what that means, whether it means that the duration of time that the pandemic was in effect and the number of COVID patients, right? So my question is whether those variables are actually aliases for other things. I mean, you know, because suppose you use the model maybe in 10 years' time when there is no COVID, would the model still be valid, right? So Professor Madhum Bandar also has asked about your assumptions, and I have also asked questions about, I'm questioning the variables that you have used, whether they would be valid for all time. Can you try to answer that? Who's the speaker? Manuja Eleanathan.
Manuja.
Are you here? Manuja, did you hear those questions? Hello.
If she is not accessible, can I go for the next question?
Okay, right.
That is, from Afghanistan, we feel very sad and sorry for the state of affairs there. It has been under turmoil under different regimes and so on. And to see, I mean, nearly half the people living under poverty line. So what is the strategy of the present regime to pull the country out of this morass? Aid can help in the short run, but how are you proposing to? It's a massive, colossal job the government can undertake. So what are the strategies of the present government, present regime?
Dr. Haider, you had difficulty in speaking earlier. Can you answer that question?
Yeah. May I repeat it? Or?
No. It's just that Dr. Haider found it. Yes. Can you Can you
Did
answer?
you hear?
Hello, Dr. Haider. Right. I'm afraid we'll have to terminate the session. Sorry, Professor Madhuma.
Yeah, okay.
We are having some connectivity problems, I think. But thank you very much for those presentations. They gave us an interesting perspective from different parts of the world. But now we have to quickly go on to the last two presentations. So the next one is entitled A Multi-Case Study of Survival and Failure of Startups During COVID-19 Pandemic. And it will be presented by Rahul Mukherjee from India.
Good afternoon, everyone. My abstract ID is EC07, and my topic is a multi-case study of survival and failure of startup during COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Rahul Mukherjee, and I'm a research scholar at GDGU, Gurgaon, India. India is a developing country and has the utmost potential to come on the list of the next proud developed countries. Many reforms have been taken place in the last many years. That's why it has become a hub of startups. But when COVID-19 came as a curse on mankind, many have lost their jobs and many have to shut their business down. The objective of this paper is to target the strategies applied by the different startups which will lead to their survival or failure. A multi-case study approach under the qualitative methodology has been applied, and the factors responsible for the failure and success of startups have been discussed. Root cause analysis has been also done, and the research came out with 4 major factors: managerial, economic, competitive, and financial. These factors are expected to be useful for government, businessmen, young entrepreneurs, and the policymakers of the country. A startup business is an organization which must have been incorporated for the last 7 years, and entrepreneurial venture, a partnership, or a temporary business organization. It must have a revenue of up to 25 crore, and it must not be performed through splitting or restructuring. The research statement is qualitative multi-case study to explore the root cause of survival and failure of startups during COVID-19 pandemic. Literature review, the time span was 2000 to current, no limitation to the geographical sectors, not restricted, time of ownership, any size of enterprise, small to medium, type of literature, mostly journals along with the books, government reports, blogs, e-magazine, journals refers to mostly focus on entrepreneurship, branch of study, management, business, entrepreneurship, behavioral science. These all are the journals which were referred for the literature review. These are the additional websites and blogs and online materials which were searched for the literature review. After doing the literature review, we came out with these 20 already done theories. And after all the theories and in-depth literature review, we came out with the following research gap that literature states that the failure rate of startups is around 90%, and many studies have shown mixed factors of that, whereas we are focusing especially on managerial, financial, competition, and economic verticals. This research has been specifically in Delhi NCR region during the pandemic period, and no such research has been done earlier. Literature tend to focus on successful and startup, and no quantitative studies looking for determinants of success, while neglecting the numerous lessons that can be drawn by examining the stories of startups that failed. So this is a multi-case study of both failed and successful startups. This research intends to ultimately understand the core issues and determine how to lower the failure rate. Research objectives: to investigate the impact of managerial competence and financial skills on the failure and success of startups, to examine the impact of market competition on the failure and success of startups, to examine the role of economic conditions on the failure and success of startups, and to provide recommendation on how to mitigate high startup failures in the areas. Yeah. A research methodology used on this is qualitative, and under that we have used case study research and multi-case study research. This method has been opted because it is best suited for why and how questions. It allows us to examine the contemporary events, and it allows an investigator had almost no control and was relying on multiple sources of evidence. Entrepreneurship is solving the problems of factors which affected the research is explanatory research. Why not quantitative? The main question is why only qualitative? That's good, but why not quantitative? Because the goal of this research was to achieve an analytical generalization instead of statistical generalization. Traditional quantitative paradigms are limited in capturing human behavior, and the purpose of the study was to identify the attributes that contribute to both success and failure, rather than finding the cause and relationship among these attributes. First phase was sample selection criteria case studies. Under this multi-case study, 10 case studies were proposed, and 5 entrepreneurs that is present the successful startup and 5 entrepreneurs who represented the failed startup. The success and failed entrepreneurs were examined side by side, which strengthened the validation of the case study by offering the rival statements and alternative perspectives. Now, why only 10 case studies? This is a baseline as well. CRESTFIL 2009, similar studies, review of other qualitative case studies show this predicted saturation point. After taking the interview of 10 cases, it came to the saturation point. Interview questions, as this is a qualitative and we tend to find the answer of why and how. A set of open-ended interview questions were developed. These questions were asked by the researcher in a specific interview format to ensure a good level of consistency during the period of analysis phase. The same set of questions were used for both successful and failed entrepreneurs, and the medium of the question was English. Second phase was setting up data collection. It was decided the interview will last in the window of 90 to 135 minutes. 2 months window was allocated for conducting the 10 interviews, and additional 2 interviews were scheduled in the event that one of the participants will not be available. Then the dates and times were filled in on the basis of categories. Core development and data analysis. The core development was done. I will show you in the next slide. The proposed analytical approach for this research was based on the hybrid between emotion and narrative inquiry. This is the coding that was done. Yes. And then emerged, it came out with 2 theories. One is the entrepreneurship and another is the strategy. Entrepreneurship, it came with the managerial competence, financial factors, economical factors, and competition. Under managerial were multiple hats in effective communication, trust of partners, and these all were under the entrepreneurship, and this is the strategy. And then root cause analysis was taken place. In this, we consider financial, managerial, competition, and economic factors, and it gives the factors which were responsible for the failure and success of the startups. Then graph area and graph factors was. The study was, all the collected data was semantic, was taken place, and then we found this is the graph area and this is the graph factor. Research questions as the finding, does manager competence and financial skills play any role? Yes. Wow. Because org chart, proper heading, specific ads for specific roles, etc. How competition affects? Yes, because of leadership, support department, product awareness, how economic factors, poor investment, unstable market, lack of emergency funds. How high startup failures can be mitigated daily using the best practices of management, financial, competition, and economic tasks. Limitations, unlike quantitative research, it does not include stats. The only 10 case studies have been performed, others can be taken place. Factors other than financial, managerial, economic, and market competence should be kept in consider. Given the researcher's background, the overall analysis was viewed from a small business owner's perspective only. Scope for the future research. Statistical analysis can be performed. More research is required to validate the factors other than the regions than Delhi, Gurgaon, and Noida. Future researchers can work on factors other than the financial, managerial, competition, economics. More research is required to validate the proposed theory. These all are the references. And thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask. Jai Hind.
Right. The questions we will have at the end. I just had a question as to whether this had anything to do with COVID-19. You can think about that question. We will have questions at the end of the next presentation, which is the last one for today. It's called a review on contractual challenges in the construction industry related to a pandemic situation, that is COVID-19. It will be presented by Vimarshi Jayatilaka from Sri Lanka.
Good evening all. I will present about contractual provisions related to a pandemic situation in construction projects, and this is a review about FIDICs and SPDs. I am Jayatilaka RDWW. My co-author is Dr. KG A.S. Vaidesekara. This is my presentation outline. Now I will first give a small introduction to my study, then problem statement, aim and objectives, methodology, key findings, and conclusion. As we all know, construction industry is a good example for dynamic and risky business. With this COVID-19 pandemic situation, current industry is facing a lot of issues, and not only the construction industry, many other industries are facing a lot of issues. Most of the construction stakeholders had never experienced this type of situation before. There are several types of challenges with the construction industry. Delays and overruns are there as well. Most of the countries have decided to limit the movements of people, and they announced work from home. This is a very big issue for the construction industry because there is a high involvement of on-site activities by the project members. Challenges such as increment of project time and cost and disruption of work, disruption to material supplies were there. Many disputes also occurred and still occurring with the contractual provision in the construction industry. Construction stakeholders were faced many contractual challenges. When there is a crisis like COVID-19, there should be several significant obligations to find appropriate solution for these type of situations. There must be adjustment to the contractual provisions in the standard form of construction contracts to safeguard all the parties to the contract. This is my problem statement. A pandemic can create several challenges, and contractual challenges are a kind of main challenge with the construction industry. And COVID-19 is considered under force majeure, and changes in legislation also be considered in current situation. There are several contractual provisions for the construction stakeholders. We'll see, are these contractual challenges, contractual provisions can provide better solution for contractual challenges. And awareness of these applicable contractual provisions is a must as a construction stakeholder, as well as construction stakeholders are seeking what are their entitlements for extension of times, as well as other costs and delays and disruptions, and any other entitlements. The aim of this study is to review and analyze contractual provisions related to a pandemic situation in construction projects, reference to common standard form of contracts. This is my study methodology, and I have reviewed several literatures as well as document review was done, including SPD 1, 2, 3, and 4 standard form of contracts, as well as FIDIC 1999 and FIDIC 2017 books. Standard form of contracts do not define the terms epidemic or pandemic, but the World Health Organization given a definition for epidemics as the occurrence in a community or region of cases of an illness, specific health-related behavior or other health-related event clearly in excess of normal expectancy. As well as WHO just give a small introduction to a pandemic, and pandemic is an epidemic occurring worldwide. I have identified several contractual challenges such as escalation of project cost, escalation of project time, disruption in works, issues in supply chain, labor shortages, productivity losses, and delay payments to the contractors. with this pandemic situation? Are there contractual provisions for these type of challenges? The force majeure is the current considering contractual provision for these challenges, but force majeure clause does not contain specific wording applicable to COVID-19. I have reviewed 4 standard bidding documents and FIDIC 1999 as well as FIDIC 2017 books. The applicable contractual provisions that I have found is adjustment for changes in legislation, force majeure, compensation events, right to claim, extension of time, as well as exceptional events. We'll see about the contractual provisions in SBD series. In SBD, we can find several contractual challenges, and when the government announced work from home or imposed curfew and prevented site operations as per the conditions of contract SBD 1, the contractor can maintain a claim under subclause 45.1 changes in law. Prevention of work due to the governmental directives and actions following the vested power to the competent authority. In this situation, the contractor claim only associated costs due to the changes in legislation because the subclause 45.1 is silent about the adjustment to the cost, adjustment to the time. Therefore, contractor has a liability to claim extension of time for completion according to subclause 44.1. Now, when the government imposed this curfew and work from home in standard bidding document 2, there is a clause adjustment for changes in legislation and prevented of work due to the governmental directives and actions in according with the vested power to the competent authority. In this situation, contractor can claim both extension of time for completion and associated cost due to changes in legislation. The contractor can maintain a claim pursuant to subclause 20 force majeure due to the event of circumstances beyond parties' control. Both associated cost and extension of time can claim by this adjustment for changes in legislation clause. In SBD 3, there is a clause as right to claim as well as another clause extension of time. The construction parties can claim because prevention of work due to the government directives or actions in accordance with the vested power to the competent authority is there. The contractors can claim both associated cost and extension of time under subclauses 9.4 as well as 6.3. Then in SBD 4, there is a clause adjustment to changes in legislation, and both associated cost and time can claim there. In FIDIC book series, there are in FIDIC 1999 book, there is a clause adjustment for changes in legislation and a prevention of work due to the changes in legislation or such interpretations made after the base date. Therefore, under 13.7 subclause, contractors can claim both cost and extension of time. But what about this 8.4? Unforeseeable shortages in the availability of personnel or goods caused by an epidemic or governmental actions. Why we cannot use this type of clause? Because it gives only the word epidemic, not the word pandemic. Hopefully, most of the construction parties are using this clause to claim their entitlements, but as my review and my vision, I think This is not the applicable clause to claim this type of entitlements. And in FIDIC 2017 books, there is a clause adjustment for changes in legislation as well as 8.5 unforeseeable shortages in the availability of personnel or goods caused by an epidemic or governmental action is there. Since the word pandemic is not applicable in standard form of contracts such as FIDIC and SPDs, construction stakeholders can get confused and argued which kind of an event is this COVID-19 is. And is this come under force majeure subclause? Most of the construction parties are struggling to find whether they could compensate the losses through available contractual provisions while there are pandemics such as COVID-19. As a conclusion, what will we can do for this? When the COVID-19 cases are reported continuously worldwide, new rules and regulations were there. And however, construction projects were disrupted and delayed performing contracts by the parties, and additional costs have been incurred or will be incurred in future with this COVID-19 situation. Even though construction projects grant time extensions based on the available contractual provisions given through the adjustment for changes in legislation, I think it cannot prevent construction stakeholders from massive additional costs that they spend with this pandemic situation.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Yes. So the first speaker, Dr. Chitkara, did your study have anything to do with COVID-19, or I mean, I thought it was there in your title, but
yeah, this was during the COVID-19 period only. All the interviews that were taken, those were during the COVID-19 only.
Okay.
Review was the extended literature review from 2002 till date, but all the case studies were done in January and Feb of this year, from December to this, yes.
But all those factors, so those
factors, yeah, how those are related to COVID-19, because one was managerial. People, they are not, because of the COVID-19, mostly are doing their work from home, and many have lost their family members. They are not in close contact with the new joinees. When a new joinee joins the organization, it's very hard to give them the proper training, and it gives the questions to the managers. So managerial efficiencies comes, and it points here how they are affecting. The same manager who, when he used to come to the office and he used to give the proper directions to his teammate, and they used to perform better as compared to now, because now, number one, they are doing work from home, they are part away from each other, there is no proper interactions with them. There is a difference in the break taking time, and that's why they are not able to give the proper training to the new joinees, and they are not able to understand the exact the document, and that's why they are not able to, the team is not able to perform, and that's why it gives the questions on the managers. In the same way, the financial, because during the COVID, it has been noticed that many startups, these are the organizations which just incorporated in last 7 years, and majorly which are incorporated in last 4 to 5 years. They don't have much funds, and because they don't have the much fund, they were not able to give proper salaries to the employees, and they have to, many have given 50% salary, some have given 40% salary. That's why financial came here, because of the financial sector. Due to this COVID-19, their pocket were not allowing them, and it was one of the cause of the failure of the startup.
Okay, can I just ask whether did you look at any startups that occurred just before the pandemic? And was there any difference between those and the ones that started sometime before? Did you consider that, or that was not part of your scope?
No, I considered by the chance all these 10 startups, they were started before the starting of this COVID-19.
Yes.
Some were able to survive, 5 were able to survive, and 5 were not able to survive. They have to.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it had nothing to do with, you know, the age of the startup, no? I mean, if something started up just before the pandemic, that may have been more affected by the pandemic.
Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. In my study, out of 10, there are some which started in one was started in 2015. There was few which started in 2017. There were few which started in 2018, and few which was started in 2015 something. So those which were near to COVID-19, they were affected more.
I think you did not highlight that. Maybe that's important to highlight. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your study. Yeah. Any questions for the second speaker? Anyone?
Yeah, Priyan, may I?
Yes, yes. Okay, yes.
Regarding the second speaker, I had the same kind of concern as the first one. The connection between COVID and the contractors' agreements and things. If she could at least have one case study where the people have not come or people contracted COVID in the process, the laborers or something of that sort, it should have looked more real. Otherwise, it is a question of legal analysis.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's a question about the provisions, no? The provisions in the conditions of contract. Yes. So
Right.
can I ask your question in another way? Can I ask the second speaker to ask, you know, were you able to have any case studies where, you know, contractors ran into difficulties because of the lack of provisions in the conditions of contract? Were you able to look at that, or you were just looking at the documents? You are muted. You are muted. You have to unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, of course, I'm doing case studies these days, but I
Yes.
couldn't include those into
Yes.
my presentation
Yes.
because still they are not complete.
Yes, yes. So can you give us an insight about what you think you will find?
Yes, most of the contractors as well as employers are proposing several changes to the contractual provisions.
No, that we agree. But in most cases, were the contractors having difficulties, or were the employers sympathetic?
Normally, the contractors are giving paying the cost as a sympathetic claim, but there is no entitlement to get. Most of the employers are rejecting to pay cost for the contractors, but they are exactly giving an extension of times. But
right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Extension of time is easier to get than any cost.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you for everyone who presented, and thank you for answering these questions. We have come to the end of day one, and I think there's a slide that will come up now saying that it's the end of day one and await day two. So day two also will be very interesting. The thing is that, you know, this is a multidisciplinary kind of webinar. So I invite all of you to participate tomorrow as well, whether it is your discipline or not, because as you would have seen in today's talks, you know, all these are very multidisciplinary features, and I'm sure that, you know, we will have great insights. There are some great speakers tomorrow as well. Okay, so see you tomorrow at the same time. It starts at the same time. And our focus tomorrow, certainly in the first part, will be on health. And I would just like to highlight the fact that the first speaker is also a fellow of our academy, Professor Malik Piris. He's also a fellow of the Royal Society. And he has actively been involved in combating both the SARS virus, which was in, I can't remember, was it 2000 and something, right? And also COVID-19. So we will expect to see all of you tomorrow. So I will just say good night, whatever time it is for you. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Priyan.